Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. I never believed in coincidences until I found myself standing in that apartment, holding a key that shouldn't have existed. The call came on a Tuesday, a voice I didn't recognize, professional but strained, asking if I could help with an estate matter. The deceased had left specific instructions. I was to retrieve a box from their residence before anyone else entered. No explanation, just an address and a promise of payment. The building smelled of old carpet and something else, something sweet that clung to the back of my throat. I climbed 3 flights, each step echoing in the narrow stairwell. The key turned easily, too easily, as if the lock had been waiting. The apartment was empty except for dust patterns on the hardwood floor. Rectangles where furniture had stood, circles where lamps had been. But in the center of the living room sat a single cardboard box, perfectly clean despite the dust everywhere else. I lifted the lid. Inside were photographs, dozens of them, all showing the same person from different angles, different locations. A woman with dark hair, always photographed from a distance, always unaware. The shots progressed chronologically through seasons, through outfit changes, through what appeared to be months of surveillance. Beneath the photos lay a leather journal. The handwriting was precise, methodical. Entries detailed daily routines, work schedules, favorite coffee shops. The writer had cataloged everything about this woman's life with obsessive detail. But what disturbed me wasn't the stalking, it was the dates. The entries stopped exactly 1 week before I received that phone call. I flipped to the last page. A single line: "She knows I've been watching. Time to make contact." My hands trembled as I reached for my phone to call the police, but something made me pause. The woman in the photographs looked familiar. I studied her face more carefully. That particular way she held her shoulders, the slight tilt of her head when she walked. It was me. Every photograph showed me going about my daily life, completely unaware I was being documented. Coffee runs, grocery shopping, walking to my car after work. Months of my existence reduced to secret snapshots taken by someone who knew my patterns better than I knew them myself. I stumbled backward, knocking over the empty box. As photographs scattered across the floor, I noticed something else, a small recording device taped to the bottom of the box, still running. The red light blinked steadily, capturing every word I'd spoken since entering the apartment. The professional voice on the phone hadn't been unfamiliar because it belonged to a stranger. It had been unfamiliar because I'd never heard my own voice disguised that way, electronically altered and played back through a device I didn't remember setting up. I ran from that apartment, leaving everything behind, but I couldn't escape the questions that followed me home. Had I created this elaborate setup myself, then blocked it from memory? Was I the stalker, the victim, or both? The recordings could have been anyone's voice manipulated to sound like mine. The photographs could have been taken by someone else entirely. Weeks passed. I changed my routines, took different routes to work, shopped at new stores. But sometimes when I caught my reflection in a storefront window, I wondered if somewhere someone was still watching, still taking pictures, still writing in a journal about my desperate attempts to disappear from a life I wasn't sure I'd ever really lived. The most unsettling part isn't not knowing who was watching me. It's not being certain whether I was the hunter or the prey. The box contained evidence of obsession, but whose obsession remains the question I can't answer. Some nights I find myself searching online for that building, that apartment, any record of the person who supposedly died and left me that inheritance. I found nothing. No death certificate, no estate lawyer, no forwarding address. Just the memory of my own voice on that phone call, asking me to come collect evidence of crimes I might have committed against myself. I keep the key in my desk drawer. Sometimes I hold it and wonder what other locked doors in my life might open to reveal rooms I don't remember creating, filled with proof of actions I don't remember taking. The photographs are gone, burned the same night I fled that apartment, but I remember every single image, every angle, every expression of oblivious contentment on my own face. Someone captured those moments when I felt most secure, most private, most myself. Whether that someone was me or a stranger no longer matters. What matters is the knowledge that somewhere in this city, in an empty apartment I can't find again, a recording device might still be running, still waiting to capture the sound of footsteps returning to collect the answers I left behind. I've stopped looking over my shoulder, not because I feel safe, but because I realize the person I should fear might be looking back at me from any mirror I pass. The evidence suggested I was both the investigator and the investigated, the documenter and the documented. The truth about that empty room remains locked away, along with whatever other secrets I might have hidden from myself. Some boxes are better left unopened, some keys better left unused. But every Tuesday when the phone rings, I still pause before answering. Crime 2, I never thought I'd become the kind of person who checks locks twice before bed, but here I am, running my fingers along the metal frame of my front door, feeling for scratches that weren't there yesterday. The brass feels cold against my skin, and I notice my hands are trembling slightly. I tell myself it's just the weather changing, but I know better. It started with the case files. As a private investigator, I've seen my share of domestic disputes and missing persons cases, but this one felt different from the moment I opened that manila folder. The woman who hired me spoke in whispers, her eyes darting toward the window every few seconds. She needed me to find out what happened to her sister. The police had closed the case after 3 months, calling it a voluntary disappearance. But something in her voice told me there was more to uncover. The sister had vanished from her apartment on a Tuesday evening. No signs of struggle, no forced entry, no obvious motive to leave. Her car remained in the parking lot, keys still hanging on the hook by the door. The only unusual detail was a single wine glass sitting on the kitchen counter, lipstick stain still visible on the rim. The responding officers noted it in their report, but dismissed it as insignificant. She lived alone, they reasoned. People drink wine alone all the time. But as I dug deeper, that wine glass began to haunt me. I visited the apartment building, spoke to neighbors, reviewed security footage. The building manager, a nervous man with ink stains on his shirt, mentioned something odd. The sister had complained about a strange smell in the hallway near her door in the weeks before she disappeared. Chemical-like, he said, almost medicinal. Other tenants had noticed it too, but maintenance could never locate the source. I found myself returning to that hallway repeatedly, breathing in the stale air, searching for traces of that mysterious odor. Sometimes I thought I caught a whiff of something sharp and antiseptic, but it would vanish before I could identify it. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting shadows that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The breakthrough came when I discovered the sister had been seeing someone. Not a boyfriend exactly, but a man she'd met through her work at the medical supply company. Her coworkers described him as charming but private, someone who asked a lot of questions about inventory and shipping schedules. He had a way of making people feel comfortable, they said, of getting them to share information they probably shouldn't have. I tracked down his name through employment records, though getting access required calling in favors I'd been saving for years. The file painted a picture of someone who moved frequently, changing jobs every few months, always in positions that gave him access to controlled substances or private information. His references checked out, but when I called the numbers, I realized they all led to the same voicemail system, just with different greetings. That's when I started feeling watched. Nothing dramatic, just a persistent sense that someone was paying attention to my movements. I'd catch glimpses of the same car in my rearview mirror, or notice someone looking away too quickly when I glanced in their direction. My apartment felt different when I came home, as if someone had been there rearranging things in subtle ways. A book moved an inch to the left, a coffee cup turned at a different angle. The medical supply angle led me to a warehouse on the industrial side of town. The building looked abandoned from the outside, but the lock on the loading dock was well-oiled and new. I waited until dark and slipped inside through a window that had been left slightly open. The air inside was thick with that same chemical smell the neighbors had described. My throat burned, and I had to cover my nose with my sleeve. Inside, I found rows of metal shelving stocked with medical equipment and pharmaceuticals. Everything looked legitimate at first glance, but the inventory sheets told a different story. Certain items were being ordered in quantities that didn't match what was actually on the shelves. Someone was skimming supplies, probably selling them on the black market. The sister must have discovered the discrepancies. I photographed everything I could, my hands shaking as I held the camera. The flash seemed impossibly bright in the darkness, and I kept expecting to hear footsteps or voices. But the warehouse remained silent except for the distant hum of refrigeration units keeping the temperature-sensitive drugs cold. When I developed the photos, I noticed something I'd missed in the darkness. In the background of one shot, barely visible behind a stack of boxes, was a familiar wine glass, the same distinctive shape, the same brand I'd seen in the sister's apartment. The lipstick stain was gone, but the glass was unmistakably identical. I brought the evidence to the police, but they seemed reluctant to reopen the case. The detective I spoke with listened politely but kept checking his watch, as if he had somewhere more important to be. He promised to look into it, but I could tell from his tone that my photos would end up in a filing cabinet somewhere, forgotten. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that wine glass, about the implications of finding it in the warehouse. Had the sister been there willingly, or had someone brought her? The glass suggested she'd been drinking, but whether by choice or coercion was impossible to determine. I imagined her sitting in that cold, chemical-scented space, knowing something was wrong but unable to escape. I decided to return to the warehouse the next evening, this time with better equipment and a clearer plan. But when I arrived, the building was empty, not just abandoned but completely cleared out. The shelves were bare, the refrigeration units silent, even the wine glass was gone. The only evidence that anything had ever been there was the lingering smell of disinfectant and the faint outline of dust where the equipment had been stored. I stood in that empty space, breathing in the echoes of what I'd discovered, and realized I'd been played. Someone had known I was investigating, had allowed me to find just enough evidence to keep me interested while preparing to vanish completely. The man the sister had been seeing, whoever he really was, had moved on to another location, another identity, another victim. The sister's case remains officially unsolved. I still receive payment from her family, though I've stopped sending regular updates. What can I tell them? That I found evidence of their daughter's involvement in something dangerous, only to watch it disappear before I could act on it. That somewhere out there, a man with multiple identities is using medical supplies to harm people, and I can't prove any of it. Sometimes I drive by the warehouse, hoping to see signs of activity or clues I might have missed, but it remains empty, windows boarded up, weeds growing through cracks in the parking lot. The building looks like it's been abandoned for years, not months. Even the loading dock where I'd broken in has been sealed with concrete blocks. I've started taking different routes to work, varying my schedule, checking my apartment more carefully when I come home. Because even though the warehouse is empty and the man has disappeared, I still feel those eyes on me, still catch glimpses of familiar cars in my mirrors, still find things in my apartment that aren't quite where I left them. The sister is still missing. The investigation continues, at least in my mind. But every lead I follow seems to evaporate before I can grasp it, and I'm beginning to wonder if the real question isn't what happened to her, but what's going to happen to me. The case file sits on my desk, growing thicker with dead ends and false leads. And somewhere in this city, a wine glass with a lipstick stain is sitting on another counter, waiting for the next person who asks too many questions. Crime 3, the smell hit me first, sweet, cloying like flowers left too long in stagnant water. I stood in the doorway of my aunt's house, keys heavy in my palm, trying to place what felt so wrong about that scent. The lawyer had handed me the keys 3 days after the funeral, along with a manila envelope containing her final affairs. Simple enough, he'd said, just clean out the house and put it on the market. But nothing about this place felt simple. I stepped inside, my footsteps echoing against hardwood floors that seemed too clean for a house that had been empty for weeks. The living room was exactly as I remembered from childhood visits, doilies on every surface, family photos arranged with military precision, that old grandfather clock that never kept proper time. Everything in its place except for one thing. A coffee cup sat on the kitchen counter, still stained with lipstick around the rim. Fresh lipstick, the kind my aunt wore every day, even when she wasn't expecting visitors. I picked up the cup, turning it in my hands. The coffee had long since dried to a brown ring at the bottom, but the lipstick looked like it had been applied yesterday. My skin prickled. The paramedics had found her in bed, they'd told me. Natural causes. She'd been dead for nearly a week before the neighbor noticed her mail piling up. So who had been drinking coffee in her kitchen? I set the cup down and walked through the house more carefully this time, looking for other things that didn't belong. In the bedroom, her jewelry box sat open on the dresser. Not emptied, the expensive pieces were still there, the ones any burglar would have taken first, but her everyday rings were missing. The simple gold band she never removed, the silver one with the tiny chip she'd had since college. The rings she would have been wearing when she died. I called the funeral home that afternoon. The director's voice was professionally sympathetic, but when I asked about jewelry, he paused longer than seemed natural. They'd received her exactly as the paramedics had delivered her, he said. No jewelry had been removed or stored separately. Everything had been handled with the utmost care and respect. But his words felt rehearsed, like he'd given this explanation before. That evening I went through her papers. Bills, bank statements, letters from friends, the ordinary debris of a life lived alone. But tucked between the pages of her address book, I found something that made my hands shake. A business card for a private investigator with a phone number written on the back in my aunt's careful handwriting. Below it, a single word, proof. I stared at that card for a long time, feeling the weight of it between my fingers. My aunt had been the most trusting person I'd ever known. She left her doors unlocked, lent money to neighbors without asking for it back, believed every hard-luck story she heard. What could have driven her to hire a private investigator? The next morning, I called the number. The investigator's office smelled like old cigarettes and strong coffee. She was younger than I'd expected, with tired eyes that seemed to take in everything at once. When I showed her the business card, something shifted in her expression. "Your aunt came to me about 6 months ago," she said, leaning back in her chair. She was convinced someone was coming into her house while she was out. Nothing taken, nothing obviously disturbed, but small things moved around, personal items touched. She wanted me to install cameras, catch whoever was doing it. "Did you?" I tried to talk her out of it first. Told her it was probably nothing, maybe she was forgetting where she'd put things, but she was insistent. Said she could feel it when someone had been in her space. So I set up a basic system, just a few hidden cameras in the main rooms. My throat felt dry. "What did you find?" The investigator opened a file drawer and pulled out a manila folder. 3 weeks of footage, nothing unusual during the day, but at night, after she'd gone to bed, someone was coming in. Always the same person. Always careful not to disturb anything obvious, but they were looking for something. She handed me a series of printed photographs, grainy black and white images from the camera feeds. In each one, a figure moved through my aunt's house like a ghost, too blurry to identify, but clearly someone who knew the layout well, someone who belonged there. "Did you show these to the police?" "Your aunt asked me not to. She wanted to handle it herself," she said. "Wanted to confront this person directly." The investigator's voice dropped. I advised against it, told her it could be dangerous, but she was determined. I studied the photographs again, trying to make out any identifying features. In one image, the figure stood near my aunt's dresser, clearly looking through her jewelry box. In another, they sat at her kitchen table, papers spread in front of them. "When was the last time you spoke with her?" 2 weeks before she died. She called, said she'd figured out who it was, said she was going to handle it that night. The investigator met my eyes. I never heard from her again. I left the office with copies of everything, my mind racing. Someone had been systematically searching my aunt's house for months. Someone she'd trusted enough to let close, because there were no signs of forced entry. Someone who'd continued searching even after she discovered them. And now she was dead. Back at the house, I walked through each room with new eyes. What had they been looking for? What had my aunt hidden that was worth months of careful, secret searching? I checked behind picture frames, inside books, under furniture. I pulled out drawers and looked for hidden compartments. It was in the basement that I found it. Behind the water heater, taped to the back of a pipe where no one would think to look, was a small plastic bag. Inside, a key and a handwritten note in my aunt's spidery writing. "Safety Deposit Box 247, First National, the truth about what happened to Mother." My grandmother had died when I was young. Car accident, the family had always said. Quick and painless, nothing suspicious about it. But as I held that key, pieces of conversations I'd half forgotten began surfacing. Whispered arguments between adults who thought children weren't listening. Questions that were never quite answered. At the bank, the safety deposit box yielded its secrets reluctantly. Documents dating back decades, insurance policies, and photographs, dozens of them, showing my grandmother's car after the accident. But these weren't the sanitized police photos I might have expected. These were detailed, methodical shots of the brake lines, the steering column, the accident scene from angles that suggested someone had documented everything very carefully. At the bottom of the box, wrapped in tissue paper, were my aunt's missing rings, and beneath them a letter addressed to me. "If you're reading this," it began, "then my worst fears have come true. I've spent 40 years keeping quiet about what really happened to our mother, but I can't take it to my grave. Someone in our family killed her, and I have proof. I was going to expose them, but if something happens to me first, you need to know the truth." The letter went on to detail evidence my aunt had gathered over decades, witness statements she tracked down years later, financial records showing who benefited from my grandmother's death, a confession she'd recorded, though she didn't say from whom. But the recording wasn't in the box. I sat in my car outside the bank for a long time, hands trembling as I reread the letter. Someone in our family. The funeral had been just weeks ago, all the relatives gathered together, sharing memories, comforting each other in our grief. Someone I'd hugged, someone I'd shared stories with, someone I'd trusted. Someone who'd killed my grandmother and then killed my aunt to keep that secret buried. I drove back to the house as evening fell, my mind churning through possibilities. The coffee cup with fresh lipstick, the missing rings that had somehow ended up in a safety deposit box my aunt had never mentioned, the private investigator's photos of someone moving through the house like they owned it. Someone who had keys, someone who knew where everything was, someone my aunt trusted right up until the end. I parked in the driveway and sat staring at the house. Lights were on inside, lights I hadn't left on. Through the kitchen window, I could see a familiar silhouette moving around, opening drawers, searching. Still looking for something, even now. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through my contacts, my finger hovering over the police number. But who would believe me? My aunt had died of natural causes. The autopsy had confirmed it. No signs of violence, no indication of foul play, just an old woman whose heart had given out. Except now I knew better. I thought about the recording my aunt had mentioned, the confession she'd obtained. If it existed, if it was still hidden somewhere in that house, it might be the only proof I'd ever have. The only way to honor my aunt's memory and finally give my grandmother the justice she'd been denied. But walking into that house meant confronting whoever was inside, someone who'd killed twice to protect their secret, someone who wouldn't hesitate to kill again. I turned off the engine and sat in the darkness, watching the figure move through rooms I'd played in as a child. The sweet smell of rotting flowers seemed to drift out through the walls, carried on the evening air. Somewhere in that house was the truth my aunt had died trying to reveal. The question was whether I was brave enough to find it, or whether I'd become the next person to disappear before the truth could finally come to light. Crime 4, the sound came from somewhere inside the walls, not scratching like mice or settling like old wood, breathing. Slow, deliberate human breathing that made my skin crawl every time I sat in silence. I'd moved into the apartment after the previous tenant left suddenly. The landlord was eager to rent, dropped the price without me asking. Said the last guy was quiet, kept to himself, paid on time until he just disappeared one night. Left everything behind, furniture, clothes, even food in the refrigerator that had started to smell. The breathing started 3 days after I settled in. At first I convinced myself it was the heating system. Old buildings make strange noises, but heating systems don't pause, don't catch their breath, don't seem to respond when you call out to empty rooms. I pressed my ear against different walls, following the sound. It was strongest near the bedroom closet, behind a section of drywall that looked newer than the rest. The paint didn't quite match. Someone had done repair work recently. The landlord's story changed when I called him. Now he said the previous tenant had moved out for a job opportunity. When I mentioned the breathing sounds, he got quiet for a long moment before suggesting I check the building's ventilation system. I found the maintenance man in the basement, a weathered guy with nervous hands who avoided eye contact. He knew about the sounds, said the building had acoustic issues, voices carrying through the vents from other apartments. But when I asked which apartments, he couldn't say. When I asked about the previous tenant, he suddenly remembered urgent work elsewhere. That night I recorded the breathing on my phone, played it back through headphones. It wasn't coming through vents, it was too close, too intimate, like someone lying next to the wall, their mouth almost touching the surface. I started researching the building's history online, found a news article from 6 months ago about a missing person report. A man who'd lived in my building, described as quiet and reclusive. The article mentioned his apartment number, mine. The police report was more detailed. Neighbors had called about arguing voices coming from the apartment, but when officers arrived, they found only one person living there. The man insisted he lived alone, had always lived alone. No signs of anyone else, no forced entry, no evidence of another person. But the neighbors heard 2 voices every night. The man vanished 3 weeks later, left behind an apartment full of belongings and a lease paid through the year. I called the detective who'd handled the case. She remembered it clearly, said it was one of those cases that stayed with her because nothing made sense. The man seemed genuinely confused when neighbors reported hearing arguments, seemed genuinely alone, but the acoustic evidence suggested otherwise. Multiple voice patterns, different speaking rhythms, conversations rather than one-sided phone calls. She mentioned something else. During their investigation, they'd found scratches inside the walls, fresh scratches like someone had been trying to claw their way out. I hung up and listened to the breathing in my recording again. Slower this time, paying attention to the rhythm. There was something familiar about it. The pauses, the depth, the slight wheeze on the exhale. I'd heard this breathing before. I returned to the closet wall and examined the newer section of drywall more carefully. The screws were different from the original construction. The edges weren't quite flush. Someone had opened this wall recently and sealed it back up. My hands shook as I found tools in the previous tenant's abandoned toolbox. As I removed the first screw, the breathing stopped completely. The apartment fell into a silence so deep I could hear my own heartbeat. Behind the drywall was insulation, and behind that, darkness. I used my phone's flashlight to peer inside. The beam caught something pale about 3 feet back, fabric, white fabric that had yellowed with time. I couldn't bring myself to reach in further. I called the police, but what could I tell them? That I found fabric inside a wall, that I heard breathing that might be coming from inside the building's structure. They'd think I was losing my mind. Instead, I sat in the living room and played my recording again. This time I noticed something I'd missed before. In the background, barely audible, was another sound, tapping, rhythmic tapping like Morse code or someone trying to communicate. The realization hit me slowly, like sinking into cold water. The previous tenant hadn't disappeared. He'd never left the apartment. The breathing I'd been hearing wasn't coming from somewhere else in the building. It was coming from inside the walls of my own apartment. And it was getting weaker each day, the pauses longer, the rhythm more labored. I should have called the police immediately, should have demanded they search the walls, should have left the apartment and never returned. But I didn't, because as I sat there in the growing darkness, listening to the faint breathing that seemed to be fading, I realized something that made my blood turn to ice. I recognized the rhythm. I'd heard it before, every night for weeks, thinking it was coming through the walls from somewhere else. It was my own breathing I'd been recording. My own breathing echoing back from inside the walls, distorted and delayed, creating the illusion of someone else. The previous tenant hadn't disappeared. I had. And whoever was living in my apartment now, sleeping in my bed, using my belongings, had no idea that the breathing they were starting to hear in the walls was mine. Just like I'd had no idea until this moment that I was the one inside the walls, that I'd been inside the walls all along, slowly running out of air, slowly fading away while someone else lived my life. The tapping I'd heard in the recording wasn't Morse code. It was my fingernails against the inside of the drywall, getting weaker every day, as I tried to signal to whoever was out there that I was still here, still breathing, still hoping someone would hear me and understand that not everything that disappears is really gone. Some things just get buried inside the walls we build around ourselves, breathing quietly in the dark, waiting for someone to listen carefully enough to hear the truth. But the breathing is getting weaker now, and I'm not sure how much longer I can keep tapping. Crime 5 is the one above the fridge, too high to use, too small to matter. But when I went to clean above it, I saw nails, 3 of them uneven, driven hard into the frame. I didn't put them there. I pulled at the wood, something shifted inside, scraping softly against the panel. I pried one nail out. A smell hit me, wet cloth and iron. Then something thumped once, flat against the inside, like a hand. The house came to me through inheritance. An uncle I barely knew who lived alone and died quietly. The lawyers said it was mine now, along with everything inside. I thought I'd clean it out, sell it, move on. Simple. But nothing about this place felt simple. The kitchen had been used recently. Coffee grounds still sat in the filter. Milk in the fridge hadn't expired. Yet the neighbors insisted no one had lived here for months. The mail had piled up outside until I started collecting it. Bills addressed to my uncle, medical appointments he'd never make, credit card offers that would never be opened. I started with the obvious rooms first. Bedroom, living room, bathroom. Everything ordinary, everything clean. Too clean, maybe, like someone had scrubbed away evidence of life itself. No photographs on the walls, no personal items scattered around, just furniture and empty spaces where memories should have been. The kitchen was different. It held secrets in its corners, in the way certain drawers stuck when I tried to open them, in the faint stains on the countertop that wouldn't come clean no matter how hard I scrubbed. And that cupboard, sealed shut like a mouth keeping silent. I went back the next day with proper tools. The second nail came out easier, leaving a small hole in the wood frame. The smell grew stronger, metallic and organic, like pennies left in water. My hands were shaking by the time I worked on the third nail. It had been driven deeper, bent at an angle as if whoever hammered it was in a hurry. The cupboard door swung open with a creak that seemed too loud for such a small space. Inside, wrapped in a plastic bag, were photographs, dozens of them, all showing the same woman, dark hair, kind eyes, always smiling. In some, she was cooking in this very kitchen. In others, she sat at the small table by the window, sunlight catching her face. She looked happy. She looked like she belonged here. But according to everyone I'd asked, my uncle had lived alone for years. I spread the photos across the kitchen table, studying each face, each moment captured. The woman appeared in pictures spanning what looked like months, maybe years. Sometimes she was reading a book I recognized from the living room shelf. Sometimes she was wearing a sweater that still hung in the bedroom closet. Sometimes she was sleeping, and the angle of these shots made my stomach turn cold. At the bottom of the bag was a driver's license. Her name, her address, different from this one. Her face, younger but unmistakably the same. The license had expired 2 years ago. I called the number listed on an old phone bill I'd found. A woman answered, voice trembling when I mentioned the name from the license. "She's been missing," the voice said. "We filed reports. The police said she probably left town, started over somewhere new, but she wouldn't do that. She wouldn't leave without telling me. I'm her sister." The sister agreed to meet me. She arrived that evening, clutching a worn purse and looking around the house with wide, searching eyes. When I showed her the photographs, she broke down completely. "That's her jacket," she whispered, pointing to one of the pictures. "I gave it to her for her birthday. She was wearing it the last time I saw her." She told me her sister had been dating someone, an older man who lived alone and seemed caring at first, but something had changed. Her sister had grown distant, stopped returning calls, made excuses to avoid family gatherings. The last time they spoke, her sister had sounded scared but wouldn't explain why. She said she was staying with someone who needed her help, someone who was sick and couldn't take care of himself. I thought maybe she was just being kind, the way she always was, but then she stopped answering her phone completely. We searched the house together, looking for anything else that might explain what happened. In the bedroom, pushed far back under the bed, we found a suitcase. Her suitcase packed as if she'd been planning to leave, but the clothes were still folded, the toothbrush still dry in its case. The sister kept talking while we searched, filling the silence with memories and fears. Her sister had been a nurse, used to helping people who couldn't help themselves. She'd always been drawn to those who needed care, sometimes to her own detriment. Their parents had worried she was too trusting, too willing to believe the best in people even when evidence suggested otherwise. She would have helped him, the sister said, running her fingers over the packed clothes. Even if she was scared, even if she wanted to leave, she would have stayed if she thought he needed her. In the basement, behind boxes of old newspapers and forgotten furniture, we found disturbed earth. Not a grave exactly, but soil that had been dug up and replaced, tamped down but not quite level with the surrounding floor. The sister stared at the spot for a long time, not speaking. We called the police that night. They came with shovels and bright lights, treating the house like the crime scene it had always been. What they found in that basement confirmed what we already knew, but were afraid to say out loud. The detective assigned to the case was kind but direct. My uncle had died of natural causes, they confirmed. Heart failure, alone in his bed, discovered by a neighbor who noticed the mail piling up. But the timeline didn't match. The woman had been missing for months before my uncle died. The photos showed her living in the house, cooking meals, sleeping in the bed, apparently unaware that someone was documenting her every move. "It's possible she was being held against her will," the detective explained. "The photos suggest surveillance, control. When people feel trapped, they sometimes try to maintain normalcy, hoping things will get better, that they'll find a way out." But some questions remained unanswered. The house showed no signs of struggle. Her suitcase was packed but never used. The neighbors had never seen or heard anything unusual. If she'd tried to leave, what had stopped her? If she'd wanted to stay, why pack her belongings? The sister and I stood in the kitchen one last time before the house was sealed as evidence. She looked up at the cupboard, now hanging open and empty. "Why do you think he nailed it shut?" she asked. I didn't have an answer. Maybe he was hiding the photos from himself, trying to forget what he'd done. Maybe he was hiding them from her, keeping evidence of his obsession secret. Or maybe he was hiding them from people like me, people who would come later and ask questions he couldn't answer. The case officially closed when they found her remains. My uncle was listed as the primary suspect, though he'd never stand trial. The sister got the closure she'd been seeking, and I got a house I could never live in, filled with memories that weren't mine and secrets that would never fully make sense. But I still think about that cupboard sometimes, about the nails driven crooked and deep, about the sound of something shifting inside when I first pulled at the wood, about the smell that hit me when the door swung open, and the way those photographs were arranged so carefully, as if they were precious things worth protecting. I wonder if she knew she was being watched. I wonder if she tried to leave and was stopped, or if she stayed willingly until it was too late to go. I wonder if my uncle thought he was saving her from something, or if he knew exactly what he was taking away. The house sold eventually to a family who planned to renovate completely. They tore out the kitchen, replaced the floors, painted over everything that had been there before. Sometimes I drive by and see children playing in the yard, and I'm glad the place holds happiness now instead of questions. But I still have copies of those photographs. The police released them after the case closed, and the sister said she couldn't bear to keep them. So they sit in a box in my closet, dozens of images of a woman who thought she was helping someone who needed care, unaware that her kindness was being documented and preserved like evidence of a crime she didn't know she was part of. Every so often I take them out and look through them again, searching for clues I might have missed, signs that she knew what was happening, signs that she was planning to leave, signs that she was afraid. But all I see is a woman living her life, cooking meals, reading books, sleeping peacefully. A woman who trusted someone she shouldn't have trusted, who stayed when she should have run, who packed a suitcase she never got to use. The truth is in those photographs, somewhere between the smiles and the shadows. But like that cupboard nailed shut above the fridge, some truths are meant to stay hidden, even when we have the tools to pry them open. Crime 6, the water came out cloudy. I unscrewed the shower head to check for buildup, but what slid out wasn't calcium. It was paper, rolled tight, waterlogged and yellowed. I unwrapped it carefully. Faint ink had bled across it, but I could still read a few words, all lowercase, all written twice, side by side like a copy or chant. The last line was underlined. I turned the water off, but it kept dripping. I had been renting this apartment for 3 months. The landlord had mentioned the previous tenant left suddenly, but everyone leaves suddenly these days. People move for work, for love, for reasons they don't share with strangers. I hadn't thought much about it until I found that paper. The handwriting was careful, deliberate. Someone had taken their time. The ink was blue, probably from a cheap ballpoint pen. I could make out fragments. She knows, and check the basement, and something about keys. The paper felt strange between my fingers, thicker than normal writing paper, more like the kind used for important documents. I called the landlord. He sounded distracted when I mentioned finding something in the plumbing. When I described the paper, the line went quiet for a long moment. Then he said the previous tenant had been having plumbing issues too, always complaining about water pressure, strange noises in the pipes. He'd sent someone to look at it twice, but they never found anything wrong. The next day I went to the basement. Most of the storage units were locked, but one hung open slightly. The metal door creaked when I pushed it. Inside were boxes, neatly stacked, labeled with dates going back 2 years. I opened the first one. Insurance papers, medical records, bank statements, all belonging to someone whose name I won't repeat here, but whose face stared back at me from a driver's license photo tucked between the documents. She had been young, maybe 25, with dark hair and a cautious smile. The medical records were extensive. Prescriptions for anxiety, sleep disorders, something called acute stress response. There were incident reports, too, filed with various authorities. Each one described the same thing. She felt watched, followed, unsafe in her own home. The insurance papers were more interesting. Claims for property damage, broken windows, damaged locks. Each claim was approved, then later contested. Someone had been disputing them, questioning whether the damage was really accidental. The disputes were signed by someone whose initials matched the landlord's. I took photos of everything with my phone, then put the boxes back exactly as I'd found them. Walking back upstairs, I noticed something I'd missed before. Scratches around the lock on my door. Fresh ones, silver against the dark metal. Someone had been working on it recently. That night I couldn't sleep. Every sound seemed amplified. The building settled around me with creaks and groans I'd never noticed. I kept thinking about that paper, about the repeated words, about the careful handwriting. Someone had been desperate enough to hide a message in a place they knew would be found eventually. I started paying attention to details I'd ignored before. The way the mailman avoided eye contact. How the neighbor upstairs walked too softly, like someone trying not to be heard. The fact that my key sometimes stuck in the lock as if someone else had been using it. The next week I found another paper. This one was taped under the bathroom sink, wrapped in plastic. The handwriting was shakier, more urgent. It mentioned recording conversations, keeping evidence, being careful who to trust. It included a locker number and mentioned a backup plan. I found the storage facility 3 blocks away. The locker was small, crammed with manila folders and a small digital recorder. The folders contained photographs, pictures of my building, my door, people I didn't recognize going in and out. Some were taken from inside through windows I recognized, my windows. The recorder had dozens of files. I listened to fragments, phone conversations, mostly one-sided, someone pleading, explaining, asking for more time, other voices in the background, muffled but persistent. One recording was just breathing and the sound of footsteps in an empty room. The final folder contained newspaper clippings, missing person reports from nearby areas, young women, all with similar descriptions. The clippings were organized by date with handwritten notes in the margins, connections drawn between cases, similarities highlighted in red ink. I realized I was holding evidence of something much larger than a disturbed tenant. Someone had been documenting a pattern, building a case, preparing for something they didn't live to finish. I called the number on one of the incident reports, but the officer who had handled the case was no longer with the department. Transferred, they said, no forwarding information. I tried the insurance company, but the claims adjuster had left unexpectedly. No one could tell me where. The building felt different after that. I noticed things I'd missed before. How the basement door was sometimes unlocked when I was certain I'd locked it. The sound of movement in empty apartments. The way certain tenants looked at me, then looked away quickly. I started keeping my own records, times, dates, observations. The patterns became clearer. People came and went at odd intervals. The same car parked across the street for hours, then disappeared. Phone calls that ended abruptly when I entered the lobby. One evening I was reviewing my notes when I heard footsteps on the fire escape outside my window. Slow, deliberate steps like someone testing each rung. I turned off my lights and waited. The steps stopped directly outside my apartment, then continued up to the floor above. The next morning I found a note slipped under my door. Just 3 words in the same careful handwriting I'd seen before. Stop looking now. I realized then that I wasn't just investigating what had happened to the previous tenant. I was becoming part of the same pattern she tried to document. Whatever she discovered, whatever she'd been trying to prove, it was still happening. The landlord stopped returning my calls. The neighbor upstairs moved out without notice. New tenants arrived, but they never stayed long. Each one seemed nervous, distracted, like they were listening for something I couldn't hear. I found more hiding places, messages tucked behind loose floorboards, taped inside light fixtures, written on the back of outlet covers. Each one added another piece to a puzzle I wasn't sure I wanted to complete. The final message was different. It wasn't hidden but left openly on my kitchen table while I was out. The handwriting was mine, but I had no memory of writing it. It contained details I'd never told anyone, observations I'd only thought about. Someone had been watching me watch them. I packed my things that night, but as I loaded my car, I realized I was leaving behind the only evidence that any of this had happened. Someone would clean out my apartment, rent it to the next person, and the cycle would continue. I drove to the police station, but the desk sergeant looked at me with the same expression I'd seen on too many faces lately. Patient but dismissive, like he was waiting for me to finish so he could explain why nothing could be done. I still have the photos, the recordings, the notes, but I've learned that some evidence is meaningless without someone willing to see what it proves. And I've learned that sometimes the people who should protect you are the ones who already know exactly what's happening. The water still drips in my new apartment. Different building, different landlord, different city. But when I unscrewed the shower head last week, I found something inside. Not paper this time, but something else. Something that suggests the pattern is bigger than one building, one landlord, one missing person. I haven't decided whether to investigate or to move again, but I've started writing things down, hiding them in places where someone might find them later, just in case. Because now I understand what the previous tenant was really trying to tell me. It's not about solving the case. It's about making sure someone else knows it exists. Crime 7, I didn't hear it beep. I didn't find it on the floor. It was just gone. The circular base was still mounted on the ceiling above the stairs, but the unit itself had vanished. Not fallen, removed, clean. Even the screws were missing. I opened the hallway closet to grab a replacement. On the top shelf, where I keep old batteries, was the missing detector. Its cover was pried open. Inside, the battery was replaced with a folded slip of paper, blank except for one dirty fingerprint. That's when I started paying attention to the little things, the way my neighbor's garage door stayed open all night, the fresh tire tracks in the gravel driveway that didn't match any car I'd seen, the smell of bleach coming from the basement vents of the house across the street. These details felt connected, but I couldn't understand how. I decided to knock on doors, start conversations. The woman who lived in the house with the bleach smell answered with wet hands and nervous laughter. She explained she was deep cleaning, getting ready for relatives to visit. Her kitchen was spotless, but there were dark stains on the basement stairs visible through the open door behind her. When I asked about them, she closed the door quickly and said she had to go. 2 houses down, an elderly man sat on his porch every evening, watching the street. He remembered seeing someone moving around outside during the night the smoke detector disappeared. A figure in dark clothing, carrying what looked like a toolbox. The person had walked directly to my house, spent several minutes inside, then left the same way they came. But when I asked if he could describe the person, he hesitated and said maybe he was mistaken. I started checking my house more carefully. Small things were different. A kitchen drawer pulled out slightly further than I'd left it. Books on my nightstand arranged in a different order. The spare key I kept hidden under the flower pot was still there, but positioned differently. Someone had been inside multiple times, someone who knew exactly where to look. The real breakthrough came when I found the recording device. It was wedged behind the bookshelf in my living room, smaller than a quarter, still warm to the touch. The memory card inside contained hours of audio from my house. Conversations, phone calls, even the sound of my own breathing while I slept. But the most disturbing part was hearing my own voice discussing the smoke detector mystery with friends, recorded days before I'd even noticed it was missing. I listened to every file. In one recording, I heard myself having a conversation I didn't remember having. I was talking to someone about changing the batteries in all the smoke detectors, planning to do it the next day. But I never had that conversation. I never made those plans. The voice was definitely mine, but the words weren't. Someone had been in my house long enough to record me speaking, then somehow used that recording to create a conversation that never happened. The police report I filed disappeared from their system. The officer who took my statement claimed no record existed of our meeting. The security camera footage from the neighborhood mysteriously corrupted during the exact time period when the smoke detector vanished. Every piece of evidence pointing to someone systematically invading my privacy was either gone or explained away. I realized the smoke detector had never been about detecting smoke. It had been modified, turned into a listening device recording everything that happened in my house. When I discovered it missing, whoever was monitoring me panicked and removed it, but not before replacing it with that blank paper. The fingerprint on the paper was mine from when I'd touched it without thinking, but I'd never touched a blank piece of paper. I'd never opened that smoke detector. Someone had taken my fingerprint from somewhere else and placed it there. The woman across the street moved away without notice. The elderly man on the porch stopped sitting outside. New people moved into both houses within the same week, people who claimed they'd never heard of the previous residents. When I asked local businesses about the moving trucks, no one remembered seeing them. It was as if the entire neighborhood had quietly rearranged itself around me. I still check my smoke detectors regularly. They're all functioning normally, but I've learned to listen for sounds that don't belong. The faint hum of electronics that shouldn't be there. The almost imperceptible click of a recording device starting up. The soft footsteps of someone who knows exactly how to walk through my house without making noise. The truth is, I don't know if the surveillance ever stopped. I don't know if the people who moved into my neighborhood are who they claim to be. I don't know if the conversations I remember having actually happened, or if they were recorded and played back to me until I believed they were real. What I do know is that somewhere, someone has hours of recordings of my most private moments. Someone who was patient enough to watch and listen until they found whatever they were looking for. The smoke detector is back in its place now, beeping when the battery runs low, just like it should. But late at night, when the house is quiet, I sometimes hear it make a different sound. A soft electronic whisper, like a radio tuned to the wrong frequency. When I climb the stairs to check, it's always silent, always normal, always watching. Crime 8, I found the photograph while cleaning out my grandmother's kitchen drawer. She had been gone for 3 weeks, and I was finally ready to sort through her belongings. The drawer stuck, warped from years of steam and spills, and when it finally gave way, everything spilled onto the linoleum floor. Bills, rubber bands, takeout menus, and then this photograph, face down, tucked beneath a stack of yellowed recipes. The woman in the picture looked exactly like my grandmother, but younger, maybe 30. She wore a floral dress I'd never seen, standing in front of a house that wasn't the one I grew up visiting. But what made my hands shake was the man beside her. His arm wrapped around her waist, his smile wide and genuine. I had never seen this man before, yet something about his eyes felt familiar. too familiar. My grandmother had lived alone for as long as I could remember. She never spoke of my grandfather, never kept his pictures around. When I asked as a child, she would change the subject, her face closing off like a door being shut. I assumed he had died when my father was young, another family tragedy we didn't discuss. But here he was, alive in this photograph, and the timestamp on the back read a date that made no sense. The year was 3 years after my father was born, 3 years after my grandmother claimed to be widowed. I called my father that evening. The phone rang longer than usual before he answered, his voice careful when I mentioned finding some old photographs. I described the man in the picture without mentioning the date, and there was silence on the other end, long enough that I wondered if the call had dropped. "Dad, I think you should come over. We need to talk." His house smelled like coffee and old newspapers when I arrived. He sat at his kitchen table, the same one where I'd eaten countless breakfasts as a child, but his hands were folded in a way that looked defensive. I placed the photograph between us, and he stared at it without picking it up. "That's him," he said finally. "That's my father. But grandmother said he died when you were little." My father's fingers traced the edge of the table. She said a lot of things, some of them were true. He told me then about the arguments that would echo through their small house, voices raised in the middle of the night, about waking up one morning to find his father's clothes gone, his side of the bed stripped bare, about his mother telling him that Daddy had gone to heaven, that they wouldn't see him again. "But she knew where he was, didn't she?" I asked, studying the photograph again. The background showed a neighborhood I couldn't place, but the trees looked familiar, the style of houses too similar to our town to be coincidence. "I think so. I think she always knew." We drove through the older part of town the next day, the photograph pressed between the pages of a book in my jacket pocket. My father pointed out houses he remembered from childhood visits, places his mother had taken him that never made sense until now. We turned down a street lined with mature oaks, and he pointed to a white house with green shutters. "She used to park here sometimes. Said she was visiting a friend, but she would just sit in the car and stare at that house." I knocked on the door while my father waited by the car. An elderly woman answered, her hair silver and her eyes sharp despite her age. When I showed her the photograph, her expression shifted, softening into something that looked like relief. "I wondered when someone would come asking about him," she said. "Come in." Her living room was filled with photographs, and my grandfather appeared in several of them. Older versions showing the passage of years my grandmother had erased from our family history. The woman, who introduced herself only as a neighbor, explained how he had lived quietly in the house across the street for decades. He asked about his son sometimes, wondered how he was doing in school, whether he played sports, but she made it clear he wasn't welcome in their lives anymore. "Why?" I asked, though I dreaded the answer. The woman glanced toward the window, toward the white house with green shutters. "Some things people do, they can't take back. Some choices change everything." She wouldn't say more, but she walked me to her kitchen and pulled out a manila envelope from beneath a stack of bills. Inside were letters, dozens of them, all addressed to my father in handwriting I didn't recognize. The postmarks spanned years, the most recent dated just 2 months before my grandmother's death. He kept writing even when he knew they'd never be delivered. She would intercept them, bring them to me. Said she couldn't throw them away, but couldn't let her boy read them either. I opened the most recent letter in the car while my father sat silent beside me. The handwriting was shaky now, the words of an old man trying to explain choices made when he was young. He wrote about mistakes and pride, about a night when everything went wrong and staying became impossible. He wrote about watching from a distance as his son grew up, graduated, got married, had children of his own. But there were gaps in the story, spaces where the truth should have been, references to what happened that night and what she saw without any explanation. The letters read like confessions with the crucial details carefully omitted. My father took the letters home and I didn't hear from him for a week. When he finally called, his voice sounded different, older somehow. "I found police reports," he said. "From that year around the time he left, there was an incident reported at our address. Someone called about a disturbance, but when officers arrived, my mother said everything was fine. No charges were filed." "What kind of disturbance?" "The report doesn't say, just that neighbors complained about noise, possible domestic dispute. But the responding officer noted that my mother had a bruise on her face and I was crying in my bedroom. I met him at the cemetery where my grandmother was buried. We stood at her gravestone and I realized we were both waiting for answers that would never come. She had taken her secrets with her, leaving us with fragments of truth and a photograph that raised more questions than it answered. "Do you think she was protecting you?" I asked. My father shrugged, but his eyes looked haunted. "I think she was protecting herself from having to explain what really happened, from having to decide whether forgiveness was possible." We walked through the older section of the cemetery, reading names on weathered headstones. 3 rows back we found him. My grandfather's grave was simple, unmarked except for his name and dates. The ground looked recently disturbed, flowers wilted on the grass. Someone had been visiting. "Who would leave flowers?" I asked. My father knelt and picked up a small card tucked beneath the stems. The handwriting was familiar now, shaky and uncertain. It was addressed to both of us, written in my grandmother's hand. The note was brief, an apology for lies told and truths withheld, an explanation that some stories are too painful to tell and some people too dangerous to forgive. But at the bottom, almost illegible, she had written an address. We drove there as the sun began to set. The house was small and needed paint, with newspapers piled on the porch and curtains drawn tight. No one answered our knock, but a neighbor came out and told us the old man who lived there had died 2 weeks ago. Natural causes, she said, peaceful in his sleep. I keep the photograph now, along with the letters and the police report. I've read them all countless times, looking for the truth hidden between the lines. But some questions don't have answers, and some stories end with silence instead of resolution. Sometimes I wonder if my grandmother was a victim or a villain, if my grandfather was dangerous or simply broken. I wonder about that night referenced in the letters, about the bruise on my grandmother's face, about the choice she made to erase him from our family history. But mostly I wonder about the flowers on his grave, left by a woman who spent decades keeping his existence secret while secretly mourning his loss. Some truths I'm learning are too complex for simple justice. Some stories belong to the people who lived them, and the rest of us are left to piece together fragments of other people's pain. Crime 9, the manila folder felt heavier than it should have. I've been carrying case files for 15 years, but this one seemed to pull at my fingers differently. The edges were soft from handling, corners bent where someone had gripped them too tightly. Inside, photographs scattered across my desk like fallen leaves, each one capturing a moment frozen in time, a life interrupted. The first thing that struck me wasn't what was there, but what wasn't. In every crime scene photo, there should be chaos, signs of struggle, displaced furniture, evidence of the violence that had occurred. But these images showed perfect order, too perfect. The bed was made with hospital corners, books aligned precisely on shelves. Even the victim's personal items were arranged with an almost obsessive symmetry. I found myself returning to one photograph repeatedly. A kitchen counter with 3 coffee cups, each containing different amounts of liquid. The first cup was nearly full, steam still visible in the photo. The second was half empty, lipstick marks on the rim. The third cup was bone dry, as if it had been sitting there for hours or days. The investigating officer's notes mentioned the cups, but only in passing. Standard procedure would have been to dust them for prints, test the contents, document who had been drinking what. Instead, there was a single line. Kitchen area appeared undisturbed. I called the evidence locker. The cups had been cleaned and returned to the kitchen before anyone could examine them properly. When I spoke to the neighbor who discovered the body, her hands trembled as she described knocking on the door. She'd been concerned because the porch light had been burning continuously. Not unusual in itself, except she insisted it had been broken for months. The victim had mentioned it several times, how the darkness made her feel unsafe. Yet there it was, casting harsh shadows across the front steps when the neighbor arrived that morning. The woman's voice caught when she described the smell, not the expected odor of death, but something else, something sweet and artificial, like cheap perfume mixed with cleaning solution. She'd worked as a housekeeper for 20 years and knew that smell meant someone had been trying to cover something up. But the official report mentioned no unusual odors. I drove to the neighborhood on a Tuesday afternoon. The houses stood in neat rows, each with their small front yards and matching mailboxes. The victim's home looked abandoned now, windows dark, mail piling up despite the forwarding order. But as I sat in my car, I noticed the curtain in the front window move slightly. Just a flutter, as if someone had been watching and quickly stepped back. The real estate agent who'd been showing the property claimed no one had been inside since the family cleared out the belongings. Yet there were fresh tire tracks in the driveway, and the grass had been recently mowed. When I pressed him about it, he became evasive, mentioning something about the property management company taking care of maintenance. But the company he named didn't exist in any directory I could find. I started reviewing the witness statements again, looking for inconsistencies. The victim's sister had called her every Sunday evening. She was adamant that during their last conversation, her sister had seemed frightened of someone, not a stranger, but someone she knew, someone who had access to her home. The sister begged the investigators to look deeper into the victim's personal relationships, particularly a recent friendship that had developed quickly and intensely. But that lead was never followed. The case file contained no interviews with this mysterious friend, no phone records showing their communications. It was as if this person had been carefully erased from the investigation, leaving only the sister's testimony as proof they'd ever existed. The medical examiner's report raised more questions than answers. The cause of death was listed as accidental, but the bruising patterns suggested otherwise. Finger-shaped marks on the victim's arms, too precise to be from a fall. Defensive wounds on her hands that indicated she'd fought back against someone. Yet these details were buried in the technical language of the autopsy, dismissed as inconclusive. I found myself calling the examiner's office repeatedly, trying to speak with someone who could explain the discrepancies. Each time I was told the examiner who performed the autopsy was unavailable. Eventually, I learned he'd taken early retirement just weeks after completing this case. His replacement had no knowledge of the specifics and seemed reluctant to discuss it. The evidence locker visit revealed more troubling gaps. Items that should have been collected and cataloged were missing. The victim's cell phone, which could have contained crucial information about her final days, had apparently been damaged beyond recovery. Her laptop showed signs of having been wiped clean before it was processed. Even her personal diary, mentioned by family members, was nowhere to be found. I began to suspect that someone with access to the investigation had been systematically removing or altering evidence, but proving it would require questioning colleagues, challenging procedures, admitting that our system had failed this victim. The weight of that possibility pressed down on me like the manila folder in my hands. Late one evening, while reviewing the case files at home, I heard a sound that made my blood freeze. Footsteps on my front porch, slow and deliberate. I crept to the window and peered through the blinds. A figure stood at the edge of my yard, just visible under the streetlight. They seemed to be watching my house, waiting for something. When I blinked, they were gone. The next morning, I found a single photograph slipped under my door. It showed the victim's kitchen, but taken from an angle not present in any of the official crime scene photos. In this image, the 3 coffee cups were clearly visible, but now I could see something else. A 4th cup, partially hidden behind a plant, containing what looked like a dark residue. Someone had been there that night, someone who knew more than they'd told investigators. Someone who wanted me to know they were still watching. I stared at that photograph for a long time, understanding that I'd crossed a line I couldn't uncross. The case wasn't just unsolved, it had been deliberately obscured, and whoever was responsible knew I was getting close to something they'd worked hard to bury. The manila folder sits on my desk now, still heavy with unanswered questions. Sometimes I catch myself glancing toward the window, wondering if someone is out there, watching and waiting. The victim deserved justice, but justice might be more dangerous than I'd anticipated. I keep the photograph locked in my desk drawer next to my service weapon. Some nights I'm not sure which one I'll need first. Story 10. The aged apartment exuded a sense of history with each creak and groan of the heating system. The pipes rumbled in a familiar, almost comforting rhythm, or so she tried to convince herself. But then one fateful night she heard it. A voice, soft yet unmistakable, drifted through the vents like a gentle breeze. It wasn't the typical background noise of neighbors chatting on the phone. It was a whisper calling out her name. Intrigued yet apprehensive, she leaned in closer, her heart quickening at the mysterious presence. A chill brushed against her cheek, and then, with a hint of playfulness, the voice uttered, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood amidst the quiet emptiness of the apartment, her focus drawn to the rusted vent cover that had been pried open. The forensics team diligently went about their tasks, capturing every detail with their cameras. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had been absent for a week before the odor caught the attention of the building manager. What they uncovered within the ventilation system left them all bewildered. She claimed she heard voices through the vents, Officer Patel recited from his notebook, but the building management dismissed her complaints, attributing them to the aging heating system. Shaw knelt by the vent, observing the deep scratches along its edges. These marks were not caused by any tool. They seemed frantic, as if someone had desperately tried to escape from within. The victim, Alina, was a beloved kindergarten teacher known for her nurturing nature and vibrant houseplants that thrived in her windowsill. Her absence had triggered concern among her students and family, who noticed her growing paranoia in the days leading up to her disappearance. Alina's sister revealed during an interview that the teacher had been convinced of a mysterious presence watching and speaking to her through the apartment vents. Initially dismissed as work-related stress, the truth was far more sinister. Shaw inspected the apartment anew, noting the eerily placed chair beneath the vent, hinting at a listener in the shadows. The forensic findings unveiled chilling connections, fibers matching Aliner's clothing caught in the vent. A foreign fingerprint on the vent covers interior, and haunting audio recordings from the victim's phone. As Shaw listened to Aliner's trembling voice pleading for validation from the unknown entity, a shiver ran down her spine. The investigation took a dark turn when the building's unsettling past came to light. Previous tenants had abruptly departed, citing strange noises and hallucinations of voices within the walls. Harold Weber, the long-standing building superintendent, raised suspicions with his nonchalant demeanor, concealing a deeper knowledge of the apartment's history. A concealed access panel in Aliner's bathroom led to a hidden maintenance passage between the walls, revealing a chilling discovery, a clandestine living space within the building's infrastructure. Shaw's team uncovered evidence of someone covertly residing within the walls, orchestrating a twisted game of surveillance and manipulation. A search of Weber's meticulously tidy apartment unveiled a disturbing collection of recordings and personal artifacts, cementing his twisted fixation on his victims. Weber's arrest shed light on his malevolent intentions as he spoke calmly of the building communicating through him, luring unsuspecting souls into its depths. The tragic fate of Aliner painted a harrowing picture of manipulation and betrayal, leaving a trail of shattered lives in its wake. Families of former tenants stepped forward with tales of vanishing possessions and escalating paranoia, exposing a pattern of predatory behavior spanning years. At the trial, Weber's facade of sanity crumbled under the weight of evidence, revealing a meticulously planned web of deceit and control. The haunting whispers that once echoed through the vents now served as damning testimony against him. As the jury swiftly delivered a guilty verdict, Weber's parting words to Shaw echoed with an unsettling certainty the building's whispers would endure, a grim reminder of the darkness that lurked within its walls. Today, the once vacant apartment building stands as a silent witness to its troubled past. Despite efforts to renovate and rejuvenate, a lingering unease haunts its corridors. Residents speak of spectral voices in the dead of night, cold drafts carrying unseen whispers through the vents. The aged heating system continues its symphony of groans and rattles, a constant reminder of the secrets buried within the walls. And yet, amidst the shadows and echoes of the past, life goes on, treading cautiously in the presence of a building that remembers. Story 11. The town held its secrets close, whispers drifting through the rustling trees, never uttering a word about the house standing solitary at the edge of the woods. Its presence was a mystery, its windows veiled in shadows, its porch bearing the weight of forgotten years. No one laid claim to its ownership, no memory lingered of the hands that fashioned it. Yet when a group of unsuspecting hikers strayed too near, they stumbled upon a chilling sight: names engraved into the weathered wooden siding, etched deep as if to forewarn. And at the end of the list, distinct and fresh, was a name that none among them recognized, until a trembling voice broke the silence, whispering, "That name belongs to me." In the dead of night, a call pierced the stillness, registering as a routine report of trespassing. The voice at the other end belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the ill-fated hiking expedition that had stumbled upon his own name etched into the abandoned house. Responding officers anticipated a simple case of mischief, perhaps a prank gone awry, but what awaited them defied all logic. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as darkness draped the forest in its embrace. Her flashlight beam pierced the veil of shadows, revealing the weathered facade of the enigmatic structure. The names 27 in total stood stark against the eastern wall, some fading with time, others sharp as freshly carved, and at the very bottom, Mason Wright, the groove still bearing the scent of newly hewn wood. "I've never set foot in this place before," Mason insisted, his breath forming mist in the frigid air. "How could anyone know my name?" Thus began the investigation, a quest to unravel the mysteries shrouding each name on that ominous wall. The revelations that followed sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. Each name corresponded to a soul reported missing over the span of 4 decades, each a haunting tale of solitude lost in the woods. Some cases had grown cold with time, while others remained open, each bearing the unsettling similarity of vanishing while hiking alone. Forensic experts meticulously documented the carvings, noting the varying depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name belonged to Rebecca Hansen, vanished without a trace 37 years prior, leaving behind only a solitary boot by a meandering stream. As Detective Keller delved into Mason's background, his story held steadfast. He professed no ties to the area beyond that fateful hike with his college comrades, chosen at random from an online suggestion. Nothing in his past linked him to the other names haunting the walls of the forsaken house. Attention turned to Mason's companions, particularly Emily Chen, the group's photographer. Upon scrutinizing the images captured during their trek, analysts unearthed a disquieting anomaly, a blurred figure lurking in the backdrop of 3 separate photographs, a spectral presence obscured by the looming trees. "We saw no one else on our path," Emily maintained. "We would have remembered." The decision was made to explore the interior of the abandoned dwelling. Dust cloaked every surface, debris strewn in disarray, yet in the bowels of the basement, a harrowing discovery awaited. Personal effects of the missing hikers were meticulously arranged on shelves, a macabre collection of watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each bearing a name that matched those outside on the wall. Bloodstains, invisible to the naked eye, revealed a grim tale of attempts at cleansing the grim reminders of past horrors. As the inquiry deepened, Mason's behavior took a disconcerting turn. Reports surfaced of eerie incidents, whispers in the dead of night, phantom footprints leading to his door but never away, shadowy figures lurking in the periphery. Protective measures were enacted, yet Mason's paranoia spiraled out of control. A breakthrough came with the unearthing of long-buried land records, unveiling the house's enigmatic owner Victor Blackwood, a recluse of towering stature who had vanished without a trace 15 years prior. Accounts from neighbors painted a picture of a gaunt figure that shunned human contact, a specter that flitted on the fringes of memory. And with a warrant, Detective Keller spearheaded a search deeper into the surrounding woods. What they uncovered was a network of crude hunting blinds strategically stationed along the well-trodden paths of unsuspecting hikers. Within one of these blinds lay a journal detailing meticulous observations of prey, both animal and human. The chilling entries chronicled the transition from hunting beasts to stalking humans, with elaborate notes on each victim, their routines, and the methodical selection process. A manhunt ensued, spanning multiple jurisdictions, helicopters scanning the forest canopy with thermal precision, tactical units scouring every crevice. Yet Victor Blackwood remained an elusive specter, a predator lost in the labyrinthine depths of the woods. Mason Wright vanished without a trace, leaving behind a cryptic message scrawled on his bedroom wall. The hunter had become the hunted. Weeks turned into months, the search yielding no answers until a startling revelation emerged during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's abode. Concealed behind a false panel in the basement, a chilling workshop lay in wait, bearing woodworking tools, jars of preservatives, and a freshly carved name, a name belonging to the lead forensic technician who had probed the house at the investigation's outset, now missing without a trace. A vigilant watch was established around the house, cameras poised to capture any intruder, and on a moonlit night, sensors were jolted into action. Security footage captured the silhouette of a figure, impossibly tall and slender, gliding towards the house with an eerie grace. Tactical teams closed in, only for the cameras to falter briefly, the figure vanishing into the night. To this day, the house stands under a watchful gaze, a silent sentinel to the mysteries that linger within its walls. Mason Wright and the forensic technician remain lost to the shadows, their fates intertwined with the enigma of the house at the edge of the woods. The investigation presses on, new resources marshaled as reports of similar disappearances surface in distant forests. The names etched on that foreboding wall have become a whispered legend among law enforcers, a tale that few dare to voice. And the local hikers steer clear of its haunted proximity, fearful that a mere mention might consign them to the spectral roster, the names unspoken, the secrets untold. Story 12, in the hushed corners of the old library, whispers of its imminent demise lingered like shadows in the fading light. The workers, their faces grim with the task at hand, toiled away in the dusty silence, each swing of the hammer bringing the structure closer to its final bow. But fate had other plans, woven within the fabric of time and hidden behind the veil of forgotten secrets. Among the workers, a solitary figure stumbled upon a hidden latch nestled discreetly within the ancient bookshelf. With a soft, almost imperceptible click, the facade of the shelf yielded, revealing a passage veiled in darkness, an invitation to an unknown realm. The air within the hidden room was heavy, pregnant with the weight of years gone by, untouched by the passage of time. There in the center stood a solitary chair, its presence commanding attention amidst the barren emptiness of the chamber, firmly bolted to the floor as if rooted in the very essence of the space. Etched upon the walls, a haunting message emerged, repeated in a desperate plea, "I am still here." The construction foreman, his brow furrowed with unease, wasted no time in summoning the authorities. What began as a routine demolition swiftly unraveled into a tapestry of darkness and mystery, entwined with tendrils of the unknown. Enter Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator whose eyes had beheld the depths of human depravity over 2 decades in service to the law. Yet even he found himself ensnared in the tendrils of this enigma, standing at the threshold of the hidden room, his flashlight piercing the darkness like a sword of truth. "Secure the scene," Walsh's voice reverberated in the confined space, a command cutting through the eerie stillness. "No one touches anything until forensics arrives." And so, the wheels of justice began to turn, propelled by the echoes of a past long shrouded in silence. The history of the building whispered tales of the Harrington family, their shadows looming large over the community. The library, once their private sanctuary, had been bequeathed to the public following the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Her vanishing act, cloaked in uncertainty, had left a trail of unanswered questions in its wake, a void that echoed through the ages. As forensic technicians meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, unraveling its secrets one by one, a grim truth began to emerge. Traces of a forgotten past clung to the chair strands of hair, fibers woven into the fabric of time, whispered of a struggle long since silenced. The walls, scarred with the fervent repetition of a haunting message, bore witness to a tragedy buried in the annals of history. Walsh, his mind a labyrinth of possibilities, delved deeper into the labyrinthine past of the Harrington family. A sinister thread emerged, weaving a tapestry of deceit and betrayal. The timing of the library's donation, a mere heartbeat after Rebecca's disappearance, sent shivers down his spine, a puzzle piece waiting to be fitted into the grand design of the truth. Further investigation unearthed a chilling revelation. The very bookshelf concealing the hidden room bore the mark of Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and harbinger of darkness. Financial records whispered of transactions shrouded in secrecy, hinting at a sinister plot lurking beneath the surface. Former library staff, their voices trembling with trepidation, painted a portrait of Maxwell's solitary vigils within the hallowed halls of the building, a man consumed by shadows that danced at the edge of perception. The truth, cloaked in whispers and half-truths, lay waiting to be unveiled. The forensic puzzle pieces fell into place, painting a portrait of horror and despair. DNA evidence, a silent witness to the crimes of the past, linked Rebecca to the hidden room, binding her fate to the confines of her prison. The chair, a macabre throne of suffering, bore the marks of a struggle that echoed through the ages. With a heavy heart and a steely resolve, Walsh pursued the truth to its darkest depths. Maxwell, now a specter of his former self, crumbled beneath the weight of his sins. The journal, a damning testament to his descent into madness, chronicled a tale of obsession and betrayal, a dance of shadows cast upon the walls of the hidden room. In a final act of justice, the truth was unearthed, a truth buried beneath layers of deception and denial. Rebecca's skeletal remains, clad in the silver bracelet bestowed upon her in happier times, bore witness to a life cut short by the cruelty of kin. As Maxwell faced the reckoning of his sins, the Harrington family stood witness to the unraveling of their legacy, a legacy tainted by blood and shadows. Justice, though delayed, found its mark, carving a path through the darkness to the light of truth. The old library, once slated for destruction, now stood as a monument to a life lost and a truth uncovered. Flowers adorned its entrance, a tribute to a soul lost to the mists of time, yet forever etched in the annals of history. And in the quiet confines of the hidden room, a whisper lingered in the air, a promise fulfilled. I am still here, a testament to a life reclaimed from the shadows of oblivion. Story 13. The tale unfurls in the shadows of a closing costume shop where forgotten treasures are being sold off to new hands. Among the remnants of whimsy, a woman's gaze falls upon a mask perched on a dusty shelf, its features, delicate yet unnervingly lifelike. The cashier's hesitation as she places it on the counter shrouds the moment in a cloak of mystery. That's not ours, he mutters, casting a shadow of doubt over the transaction. Perplexed, she inspects the mask, only to find it devoid of any identifying tag. With a nonchalant shrug, she claims it as her own and carries it home, unaware of the silent secrets it harbors. As night descends like a velvet curtain, she is roused from slumber by a soft, almost imperceptible sound, a whisper of fabric shifting in the stillness. Her eyes search the room, landing on the nightstand where the mask now rests, its gaze fixed upon her with an intensity that sends shivers down her spine. This woman, known as Catherine Reed, would soon become a name whispered in hushed tones by those who crossed her path. It was her neighbor who stumbled upon the chilling scene the next morning, drawn by the beckoning light spilling from Catherine's ajar door. A borrowed book in hand, the neighbor's visit was meant to be a simple exchange, yet it unfolded into a nightmare that would haunt the corridors of law enforcement for years to come. Catherine's lifeless form lay sprawled on the bedroom floor, the mask vanished into the shadows, leaving behind a void of unanswered questions. Detective Morgan arrives, a figure cloaked in the enigma of the night, as forensics meticulously document the tragedy. The click of shutters punctuates the silence, a somber melody to accompany the unfolding investigation. No signs of forced entry, notes an officer, pen scratching against the paper. The detective's eyes sweep the room, absorbing details others overlook: a drawer slightly ajar, a lipstick-stained water glass, the ordinary facade masking the extraordinary demise of a woman frozen in terror. The medical examiner's verdict offers no solace, his solemn expression betraying the mystery that shrouds Catherine's passing. Cause of death unclear at first glance, he murmurs, gesturing towards her fear-stricken countenance. No wounds, no signs of struggle, only the echo of sheer terror etched upon her features. The detective lines in, her voice a mere whisper. Something frightened her to the core. Catherine's life as an art appraiser, a connoisseur of authenticity, is dissected in the search for answers. Her keen eye for detail, her ability to discern the real from the counterfeit, now serves as a haunting backdrop to her tragic end. Colleagues recount tales of her unwavering commitment to truth, her unwavering pursuit of what lies beneath the surface. The detective's path winds back to the costume shop, now a hollow shell stripped of its former allure. The owner's unease betrays a deeper truth as he stammers out cryptic revelations. The mask, a harbinger of darkness, had materialized during a clearance sale, an enigmatic artifact with a lineage shrouded in shadow. Whispers of a collector's untimely demise cast a pall over the shop's history, hinting at a malevolent force lurking in the periphery. A breakthrough emerges from the depths of forensic analysis, as microscopic fibers woven into Catherine's fingertips unveil a sinister truth. The lab technician's words hang heavy in the air, revealing a tapestry of human hair and an unidentified organic substance, a macabre blend that defies rational explanation. Each thread woven into the fabric of the investigation unravels a tapestry of death, each victim ensnared by the siren song of the mask. A retired detective, a relic of bygone mysteries, shares a revelation that pierces the veil of the unknown. Ancient symbols etched within the masks, a scholar's warning of a ritual steeped in soul transference, paint a portrait of horror that spans centuries. Catherine's journal, a testament to her descent into madness, unveils a truth too dark to fathom: a malevolent entity seeking vessels to inhabit, a cycle of death and rebirth that transcends mortal understanding. The detective's resolve solidifies as the pieces of the puzzle align: a pattern of fear, a legacy of terror, a mask that hungers for souls. The cause of Catherine's demise is finally unearthed, her heart stilled by the grip of unyielding dread. What specter could evoke such primal fear, such unrelenting horror that it snuffs out life itself? A flicker of realization dances on the horizon as surveillance footage unveils a chilling truth: a figure cloaked in darkness, wearing the mask of Catherine's demise, a macabre puppeteer orchestrating a dance macabre of stolen identities. The hunt for the elusive mask is futile, its tendrils extending beyond the grasp of justice, slipping through the cracks of reality to seek out new hosts in the dead of night. Months pass, the memory of Catherine's fate fading like a wisp of smoke in the wind, until whispers of a peculiar mask surface in a distant vintage shop. The cycle begins anew, the mask finding its way into unsuspecting hands, a harbinger of doom awaiting its next victim. The detective, keeper of Catherine's journal, bears witness to a truth too harrowing to share, a nightmare that lingers in the shadows of her thoughts. And so the mask awaits its next unveiling, its empty gaze fixed upon a world ripe for the taking. In the stillness of the night, whispers of ancient rituals echo through the darkness, a reminder that some mysteries are best left undisturbed. As the world slumbers, the mask stirs, a silent sentinel watching, waiting for the moment when it will once again claim a soul to satisfy its insatiable hunger. Story 14. The worn envelope held secrets within its yellowed edges, a fresh stamp whispering of recent travels. With a delicate touch, the detective unfurled its contents, A single sheet of paper greeted her, bearing a message in a hurried, uneven script. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper exuded a dampness, carrying the faint scent of iron that clung to the air. A reddish smear along the bottom edge caught her attention, distinct from the ink of the typed words. Detective Sarah Morgan, with practiced precision, placed the ominous letter into an evidence bag, her gloved hands shielding it from contamination. The forensics team's analysis confirmed her suspicions the stain was human blood, matching DNA from an unsolved homicide case that had long haunted the department. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, a tragic scene of multiple stab wounds. Her laptop missing, notes scattered a tale of a story left unfinished. Despite exhaustive efforts, the case had grown cold over time, fading into the shadows of unsolved mysteries. Yet a glimmer of hope arrived in the form of the mysterious letter, addressed simply to the Homicide Division. Few fingerprints adorned the paper and envelope, only faint smudges hinting that the sender had taken care to remain elusive. The postmark, however, offered a thread to follow, a lifeline in the darkness of uncertainty. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Detective Morgan pinned the letter at the heart of their investigation board, adorned with the ghosts of past lives gone cold. "This changes everything," she murmured to her attentive colleagues. "Our killer shows a glimpse of remorse." Detective James Chen, a stalwart companion in their pursuit of justice, scrutinized the letter with a furrowed brow. "Or perhaps it's a mere facade, a ploy to deceive," he mused. "The blood a macabre touch to toy with our perceptions." The trail led them to a vintage typewriter, its unique imprint tracing back to a bygone era, rare yet not beyond reach. As they delved deeper, retracing the steps of the fallen journalist, Rebecca's dedication to uncovering truths came to light. Her investigations into a wealthy family's murky dealings unveiled a web of deceit and betrayal, casting shadows upon those closest to her. Interviews with Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, unveiled cracks in his facade as the weight of the letter's implications bore down upon him. A revelation spilled forth a tale of shadows lurking at the edges of Rebecca's world, whispers of ominous figures trailing her steps. A second letter arrived, echoing the first with its cryptic message written in blood. The threads of the mystery led them to the opulent mansion of the deceased patriarch, where dark secrets lay buried beneath layers of opulence. Suspicions fell upon the eldest son, Richard, his polished demeanor masking a sinister truth. A breakthrough emerged as microscopic fibers on the envelopes linked back to custom stationery belonging to the enigmatic youngest daughter, Eleanor. A web of deceit unfurled, revealing a tangled alliance between siblings shrouded in greed and betrayal. The final pieces of the puzzle fell into place as revelations surfaced, intertwining the fates of the implicated parties. Michael's confession unraveled a sinister plot, a conspiracy born of greed and desperation. The recording, a damning testament to the depths of depravity lurking within the shadows of privilege. In the hushed courtroom, justice prevailed as the weight of evidence bore down upon the guilty. Richard's protestations of innocence crumbled in the face of overwhelming truths. The jury's swift verdict rang through the air, sealing his fate as justice prevailed. As Detective Morgan extended a hand to Rebecca's grieving parents, a silent understanding passed between them, a closure born of justice served. The blood-stained letters, now relics of a bygone darkness, stood as a testament to the unraveling of carefully laid plans, a reminder that even the most meticulous crimes leave traces upon the sands of time. The tale of Rebecca Warren echoed through the halls of detective lore, a cautionary reminder that in the realm of shadows and secrets, the echoes of remorse can pierce through the veil of deception, unveiling the truth hidden beneath layers of deceit. Story 15: The Enigmatic House. She crossed the threshold, the dust dancing in the stagnant air around her. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its peeling walls and draped furniture telling tales of neglect. But amidst the stillness, a peculiar mystery lingered. Every door she opened led back to the same room, the parlor, with its antique chair and eerie quiet. A feeling of disorientation crept over her as she wandered, the familiar becoming unfamiliar with each turn of the handle. And when she sought to return the way she came, the front door had vanished into thin air. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form transformed the desolate Victorian into a scene of intrigue and sorrow. Detective Sarah Lind stood amidst the shadows, observing the forensic team as they moved with silent purpose through the dim corridors. The house, once known for its unsettling reputation, where compasses spun aimlessly and whispers of unseen watchers abounded, now held secrets darker than any local legend. The preliminary exam indicates a time of death approximately 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his words barely audible in the heavy silence. Asphyxiation seems to be the cause. Morgan sat in the parlor, a peaceful expression on her face as if awaiting a visitor who would never come. No signs of struggle, no marks of violence. The stillness of the scene sent shivers down the spines of seasoned investigators, a quiet menace hanging in the air like a veil. "Who discovered the body?" Lind inquired, her voice soft in the somber atmosphere. "A real estate agent showing the property," her partner replied. "They stumbled upon her, thinking her a trespasser until they drew nearer." The house had stood empty since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, lost in the shadows of legal disputes and forgotten by all but those drawn to its enigmatic allure. Morgan, a young scholar captivated by architectural enigmas, had ventured into its depths in pursuit of truths that lay beyond the confines of ordinary perception. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days prior, Lind noted, her gaze flicking over her notes. Morgan spoke of visiting the house where people get lost for her studies. As the investigation unfolded, it revealed a web of intrigue woven by Morgan's interactions with the mysterious house. Her journal entries spoke of strange anomalies, unpredictable echoes, sudden chills, and doors that led to shifting realities with each opening. In her final notes, she hinted at using specialized equipment to capture what she termed spatial inconsistencies, tools that had since vanished without a trace. The autopsy yielded an unexpected revelation, a trace of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, a substance known for inducing disorientation and vivid visions. But in such minuscule amounts, it should not have been lethal. She wasn't one for recreational substances, her partner defended during questioning. Morgan was meticulous in her methods. She wouldn't have jeopardized her work knowingly. Deleted messages recovered from her phone unveiled cryptic exchanges with a kindred spirit who shared her fascination with the house's mysteries. Whispers of ancient secrets and unseen forces danced through their words, hinting at a truth hidden just beyond reach. Their path led them to Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural history who had crossed paths with Morgan in her quest for understanding. Reeves, devastated by her untimely demise, spoke of the house's deceptive design, crafted to bewilder and beguile those who dared to unravel its enigmas. But Reeves, with an alibi confirmed by security footage, seemed exonerated of any direct involvement in Morgan's passing. The breakthrough arrived from an unexpected source, the revelation of a family curse hidden within the Blackwood lineage. My grandmother was not the sole Blackwood to meet their end in that house, the grandson confessed, unveiling a legacy of inexplicable deaths within the parlor's walls. Always found at peace, as if claimed by the house's influence. Decades-old journals detailed a pattern of demise, individuals seduced by the house's allure only to meet their fate within its deceptive confines. A hidden chamber behind the parlor's fireplace unveiled a trove of artifacts, each imbued with ancient power and arranged in a sacred geometry that whispered of forgotten rituals. And among them, a weathered figurine representing a deity of liminal spaces, a guardian of thresholds between worlds. The residue on the artifacts matched the alkaloid found in Morgan's system, linking her fate to the house's hidden truths. As the investigation delved deeper, the house's grip on reality wavered, revealing traces of another presence in its midst. Unseen hands that guided fate towards an inexorable conclusion, leaving behind a trail of lingering questions and unspoken fears. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves joined Morgan in the realm of the departed, his peaceful countenance mirroring hers, the same alkaloid staining his veins. Clutched in his lifeless hand, a key that unlocked secrets buried within the Victorian's heart, a truth that beckoned to those who dared to seek it. In his final missive, a message to himself preserved for eternity, Reeves spoke of the house's true nature, a prison not of walls but of perception. A place where doors led in endless circles, trapping the unwary in a maze of their own making, a labyrinth of illusions and shadows. The case, marked by suspicion and unanswered riddles, remained open, a testament to the enigma that was the Victorian house. Declared off-limits by authorities, the once grand estate stood as a silent sentinel to secrets best left undisturbed. But whispers persisted among the locals, of lights flickering in the darkness and figures glimpsed through curtained windows. Tales spun of visitors who vanished into the house's depths, never to return, claimed by forces beyond mortal ken. Some believed the house exacted a toll on those who delved too deeply into its mysteries, a price paid in blood and dreams. Others whispered of ancient powers awakened by Morgan and Reeves, powers that transcended the boundaries of ordinary reality. The truth, like the elusive exit in a house of looping doors, remained just beyond reach, a tantalizing enigma that beckoned to the curious and the brave. And as night fell over the abandoned Victorian, its secrets whispered on the breeze, a haunting lullaby for those who dared to listen. Story 16. The house had sat untouched for what felt like an eternity. Whispers from the neighbors spoke of a young woman who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind an aura of mystery that lingered in the air. When the new occupants crossed the threshold, they were greeted by a sense of unease. The bedroom door stood stubbornly locked, as if guarding its own secrets from prying eyes. With determination, they forced their way in, breaking the stagnant silence that had settled within. The room exhaled a musty breath, heavy with neglect and time, yet amidst the stillness there was an unsettling anomaly. The bed was meticulously made, the mirror devoid of even a speck of dust. A lone candle stood as a silent sentinel on the desk, its wax a ghostly reminder of past flames now extinguished. And there on the desk lay a weathered notebook, pages fluttering softly in an unseen breeze. The ink was fresh, as if the words had only just been penned. Detective Morgan delved into the pages, each one a step deeper into the enigma that surrounded Elise Winters. Her elegant script danced across the paper, a testament to a life interrupted, a story left unfinished. The final entry, etched with urgency, revealed Elise's haunting words. I know he's watching me tonight. The shadows grow long and the night holds its breath. If my words find no ears, let this be my testament. What unfolds is not chance but design. As the detective closed the book, a shiver of foreboding crept up his spine. The room bore witness to a tale of deception and betrayal, woven within the threads of a young woman's disappearance. The landlord, a specter of guilt, stood in the doorway, haunted by the revelation that the truth had been concealed behind that locked door. Elise had danced on the edge of a precipice, delving into the murky depths of corporate deceit as a paralegal for Harriman and Associates. Her pursuit of truth had led her down a treacherous path, one that ultimately swallowed her whole. Colleagues spoke of her dedication, her unwavering commitment to uncovering the shadows that lurked within the firm's pristine facade. In the stillness of the room, the detective's gaze lingered on Elise's image, a portrait frozen in time. Her eyes, windows to a soul tormented by the weight of secrets, gazed back at him, pleading for justice. The room yielded little in the way of tangible evidence, a perfect tableau frozen in time. The candle's silent vigil, the pristine surfaces untouched by chaos, every detail a silent witness to a life interrupted. But beneath the surface, hidden from view, lay the keys to unlocking the truth. A flash drive, a key gateways to a world of corruption and greed. The shadows whispered of dark dealings, of secrets buried deep within the bowels of power and influence. The revelations unearthed by the forensic team painted a grim picture, a web of deceit spun by those who saw fit to play God with human lives. The recordings, the spreadsheets, all pieces of a puzzle that exposed the ugly truth lurking beneath the veneer of respectability. As the investigation unfolded, tendrils of darkness unfurled, reaching out to ensnare those who thought themselves untouchable. Vincent Harriman, a man of influence and wealth, stood at the center of the storm, his hands tainted with the blood of the innocent. The passage of time blurred the lines between truth and lies, justice and corruption. Elise's voice echoed through the shadows, a ghostly reminder of a life extinguished in the pursuit of truth. In the end, it was not a body that bore witness to the crime, but the walls themselves. The hidden passage, a portal to a world of secrets, whispered of a young woman's final moments, trapped in a web of deceit spun by those she sought to expose. The wheels of justice turned slowly, but with a relentless determination. Harriman's facade crumbled, his protests of innocence drowned out by the weight of evidence stacked against him. As the courtroom fell silent, Elise's mother's voice cut through the stillness, a beacon of truth in a sea of lies. Her room remained untouched, she declared, her words a eulogy to a daughter lost but not forgotten. Her legacy lives on in the pages of her truth, a testament to a life cut short but not in vain. The house, a silent witness to a tragedy long buried, stood empty once more, its walls echoing with the whispers of the past. Locals skirted its edges, sensing a presence that lingered in the shadows, a reminder of the price of speaking truth to power. And in the upstairs window, a faint light flickered, a beacon of justice shining through the darkness. Elise's spirit lingered in the room where she had made her final stand, a guardian of secrets long kept hidden. In the end, justice prevailed, not in the conventional sense, but in the legacy left behind by a young woman who dared to challenge the forces of corruption. The room she never truly left became a monument to her courage, a testament to the power of one voice against a world of darkness. Story 17, the gentle current meandered lazily that tranquil morning, the water mirroring the sky like a flawless sheet of glass. The fisherman, his thoughts adrift in a peaceful serenity, nearly missed the sight of a solitary suitcase bobbing near the edge of the shore. At first glance, it appeared as if someone had callously discarded a pile of old garments. But as he drew nearer, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, thick, overwhelming, impossible to ignore. The case was ensnared in chains, its once sharp edges now dulled by the relentless exposure to the elements. When the authorities pried it open, they were met not with garments, but with a macabre scene. Tangled strands of hair intertwined with fingers frozen in a haunting grip. And nestled at the bottom, a cryptic note that sent shivers down their spines. This isn't the first. Detective Sarah Mercer, her demeanor shrouded in a veil of solemnity, pressed a delicate handkerchief to her nose as she surveyed the grim tableau before her. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s, her dark locks now matted and her once pale skin tinged with the effects of water exposure, lay in a state of eerie repose. The meticulous medical examiner meticulously documented every minute detail before the body was delicately removed from its watery resting place. What struck Mercer most profoundly was not the manner in which the victim had been discarded, but rather the peculiar attention to detail paid to her appearance: manicured nails, freshly styled hair, adorned in garments of opulence and refinement. She was not simply disposed of, Mercer observed pensively, her gaze fixed on the gentle lapping of the water against the muddy shore. She was prepared, presented. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a prominent real estate agent renowned for her prowess in selling luxury properties. Divorced, childless, she led a solitary existence in an affluent neighborhood. Colleagues painted a portrait of a woman driven by ambition, meticulous in her ways, yet fiercely guarded in her privacy. Her abrupt disappearance, noted by her concerned assistant when she failed to attend a crucial showing for affluent clients, sent ripples of unease through those who knew her. She would never have missed that appointment, her assistant insisted adamantly during questioning. That sale would have been the pinnacle of her career. As investigators meticulously combed through Walsh's impeccably appointed modernist abode, a sense of unease settled upon them. Every aspect of her home exuded an air of pristine perfection, designer furnishings arranged with precision, surfaces devoid of even a speck of dust. The refrigerator housed neatly organized meals in uniform containers, each labeled with meticulous care. Her wardrobe revealed a meticulous arrangement of clothing by hue, shoes lovingly ensconced in protective sheaths. An anomaly caught their attention in her home office, a slightly ajar drawer. Within, nestled amidst the orderly chaos, lay a leather-bound journal. The final entry bore a chilling message. He's watching again. Same car, different plates. A digital delve into Walsh's email unveiled a curious pattern: numerous messages from unknown sources, all bearing the same ominous phrase, "I see your perfection." Sent at precisely the same time on various days, a haunting realization began to take shape. Her internet history further hinted at her escalating sense of unease, with repeated searches for home security systems and personal protection devices. Mercer, connecting the dots between these unsettling discoveries and the meticulous staging of the crime scene, confided to her partner, "Our perpetrator is deliberate in their actions. This was not a crime of passion, but a meticulously orchestrated ritual." The breakthrough in the investigation arrived unexpectedly, courtesy of a local pawnshop proprietor who identified Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among the missing items. The individual who had pawned it was none other than Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker who frequented the establishment. Surveillance footage painted a sinister picture: Linden making repeated visits to Walsh's building over the course of several months, sometimes wheeling his maintenance cart, sometimes clandestinely entering when she would be preoccupied showing properties. A search of Lyndon's modest residence unveiled a chilling tableau walls adorned with photographs of Walsh and other women bearing a striking resemblance to her, all captured without their knowledge. Some images were ominously crossed out with scarlet ink. Walsh was merely one of the trio. Concealed behind a false panel in his closet, investigators unearthed a shrine dedicated to his victims. Each item meticulously arranged a hairbrush bearing strands of hair, tissues stained with lipstick, receipts, keys accompanied by a tiny journal chronicling their daily routines, preferences, quirks. The interrogation room turned frigid as Lyndon was brought in for questioning. His demeanor, composed and unflinching, belied the horrors he had wrought. "They were flawed," he eventually intoned, his voice devoid of emotion. "They projected an illusion of flawlessness, but I saw through their facade. Catherine's desk drawer was always in disarray. A smudge marred her lipstick application. Her perfection was a deception." The search for the two other victims referenced in his note led investigators to remote locales where two additional suitcases were discovered. Each contained a woman of similar visage to Walsh, both real estate agents who prided themselves on their obsessive attention to detail. As Lyndon sat impassively through his trial, the families of the victims bore silent witness to the unraveling of his insidious methods. Stalking his prey for months, infiltrating their lives, he sought to correct what he perceived as imperfections, coiffing their hair, applying makeup with precision, draping them in finery before extinguishing their lives. The judge's pronouncement of a life sentence without the possibility of parole echoed through the hushed courtroom, a solemn finale to a tale of unfathomable darkness. For Detective Mercer, the case was formally concluded, yet a shroud of unanswered questions lingered on the periphery. What catalyst had ignited Lyndon's fixation on these particular women? What shadows of imperfection within himself had he sought to expunge through his abhorrent deeds? Down the river, the waters flowed ceaselessly, carrying away all traces of the grim saga. But in the precinct upon Mercer's unassuming desk lay replicas of those chilling notebooks, a stark reminder that within the veneer of ordinary existence, malevolence may lurk. And in the shadows, concealed within the tapestry of everyday life, the most pernicious predators may bide their time, waiting for a solitary flaw to reveal itself. Story 18, the hotel appeared worn out, a budget spot where guests seldom lingered. The receptionist handed her the key with a peculiar gaze. "Just avoid the last door on the left," he whispered cryptically. Intrigue sparked within her. That evening, navigating the dim corridor, she halted before it. The doorknob sent a chill through her hand. The door seemed nondescript until she pressed her ear against it. A presence exhaled from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed wiped away drowsiness, slipping under the yellow tape sealing the crime scene. The stench assaulted her senses, first metallic, acrid, a familiar odor of blood. The crimson stains tainted the threadbare carpet, blending with the shadows. The room held contradictions: immaculate bathroom, untouched bed, and the grisly scene between them. A young woman lay lifeless on the floor, her golden locks splayed like a halo. Her vacant eyes stared upwards, frozen in a semblance of shock or fear. Reed knelt beside the victim, mindful not to disturb the evidence markers dotting the area. "Third one this season," remarked the forensic expert, his tone detached and clinical as he documented the scene. "Same modus operandi." Reed nodded silently. The victim sported upscale attire, starkly out of place in this forgotten motel. A designer purse lay open on the bedside table, contents undisturbed. This wasn't a robbery. The killer harbored a different motivation. The hotel manager lingered anxiously at the threshold, his complexion pallid. "She checked in alone, paid in cash. I never imagined," his voice faltered. The maid discovered her during room service. Reed surveyed the room anew. No signs of forced entry, no defensive wounds on the victim. She had willingly allowed her assailant in, or perhaps already knew them. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned up photos on a case board. 3 women resembling each other discovered in rundown motels. Speculations arose in the media. Whispers of a serial predator circulated. Autopsy results are in, announced Detective Hayes, dropping a file on Reed's desk. Cause of death, manual strangulation, no DNA beneath the victim's nails, no indications of sexual assault. Reed furrowed her brow. This is personal, not merely predatory. Days blurred together as the investigation intensified. Surveillance footage from the hotel revealed nothing extraordinary. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, worked as a financial analyst with no known enemies. Her acquaintances described her as cautious, precise, unlikely to choose such lodgings willingly. A breakthrough occurred during Reed's interview with Werner's sister. She mentioned a man from her workplace, the sister disclosed, hands trembling around her mug. Someone secretive. I suspect he was married, Reed lined in. Did she provide a name? She referred to him as C. That's all she divulged. The focus shifted to Werner's workplace. Colleagues depicted her as reserved, professional. None were aware of any romantic involvement. However, a business card hidden in Werner's desk calendar led Reed to Charles Emerson, senior vice president. Emerson projected an impeccable fa-de during questioning, concerned, cooperative, maintaining distance. His alibi seemed airtight, dining with his wife and friends, yet something in his gaze unsettled Reed. Did you have a personal relationship with Elaine Werner? Reed inquired casually. A flicker passed over Emerson's features, fleeting enough to escape notice by anyone else. Strictly professional. Later that week, partial fingerprints from Werner's handbag matched Emerson's. When confronted, his veneer cracked. We were involved, he confessed, but it was over. She threatened to expose me to my wife. Sufficient reason to kill her, Reed probed. Emerson's demeanor hardened. I never set foot in that motel, yet records from the hotel told a different tale. A credit card transaction for the adjacent room paid using Emerson's corporate card. Inside that room, a hidden camera was discovered in the shared wall vent. The evidence piled up. Fibers from Emerson's distinctive suit corresponded to those found on Werner's body. His DNA surfaced on a drinking glass in her room. Examination of his home computer unveiled similar recordings of the prior victims. A pattern emerged. Emerson targeted women resembling his wife in her youth. He lured them to specific motels, always selecting the room next to the last door on the left, prepped with surveillance gear. After recording their encounters, he returned to erase the proof, the women themselves. In the interrogation room, Emerson's composure finally shattered. They threatened to ruin everything, he murmured. My image, my marriage, my existence. The trial proceeded swiftly, yet captivated the public. 3 families witnessed justice unfold in the sterile courtroom. Emerson displayed no remorse, maintaining the impassive mask that had served him well in the corporate realm. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment without parole. As officers escorted him away, Reed caught his gaze. Fleetingly, she glimpsed a void behind his demeanor, not humanity, but its void, a hollow devoid of empathy. The media dubbed it the door on the left case. Psychologists probed into Emerson's psyche. True crime enthusiasts dissected every detail, yet for Reed the case never truly concluded. At times, wandering down hotel corridors, she found herself tallying doors, pondering the secrets that might lurk beyond them. In the evidence vault, safeguarded from public view, 3 identical hotel keys rest, tagged and catalogued, physical mementos that certain doors, once opened, can never be shut again. Story 19. Once upon a time, a faint flicker danced across the baby monitor screen like a fleeting ghost in the night. The mother, in her hazy state of half-sleep, brushed it off as a mere glitch, a trick of technology. But then a crackling static filled the room, and a voice, soft and eerie, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep. In that moment, a chill gripped her heart, freezing her in place as she strained to make sense of the inexplicable. With a racing pulse, she hurried to her son's room, the air thick with an unspoken dread. To her horror, the crib stood empty, a gaping void where her precious baby should have been nestled in slumber. The window remained shut tight, the door securely locked. The only anomaly was a plush rabbit discarded on the floor, its lifeless eyes fixed on her in a haunting gaze. Rebecca's screams pierced the night, raw and primal, tearing through the silence like a knife. The neighbors, stirred from their own dreams, dialed for help, their voices a lifeline in the darkness. When the authorities arrived, they found her cradling the forsaken rabbit, her body rocking to a tune of despair on the nursery floor. Samuel, her 4-month-old son, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that echoed with unanswered questions. The investigation unfolded like a cryptic puzzle, each piece revealing a shadowed truth that eluded grasp. No forced entry marred the sanctity of the home, no alarms had sounded in the dead of night. The baby monitor footage, once a beacon of reassurance, now held sinister secrets within its digital grasp, a voice from the unseen, a whisper from the void. Suspicion, like a heavy cloak, settled upon Rebecca's shoulders. Her husband Daniel, absent on distant shores for business, cast a shadow of doubt upon their fractured union. Whispers of postpartum struggles tainted her image, casting her as a fragile figure in a world of uncertainties. The eyes of the community, veiled behind curtains of gossip, turned towards her with accusatory glances. And then a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness, a clue, subtle and unseen, emerged from the shadows. Microscopic fibers, alien to the household tapestry, clung to the nursery windowsill like a silent witness. A tale of a mysterious rope, a phantom climber scaling the walls of the night, unfolded before the investigator's eyes. The focus shifted, the spotlight dimming on Rebecca's weary form. With Daniel's return, a new chapter unfurled, laden with secrets buried deep within the earth. His hands, marked by the calluses of hidden pursuits, betrayed a narrative untold. Rock climbing, a guise for a darker truth concealed beneath the surface. Financial threads unraveled, weaving a tapestry of deceit, life insurance policies, clandestine calls, a web of lies spun with careful precision. As the tendrils of the investigation tightened, a revelation emerged: Daniel's hands stained with the blood of betrayal, his heart a chamber of deceit. A second family, a web of deception spanning across communities, a shadow realm hidden from the light of truth. Elaine, a specter from the past, emerged as a key to the enigma, her eyes vacant, her hands stained with the innocence of a stolen child. The baby monitor, a silent witness to the night's atrocities, held the key to unlocking the mystery that shrouded Samuel's disappearance. Its digital eyes, hacked and manipulated, revealed a truth obscured by shadows. The voice, the whisper that had haunted Rebecca's dreams, was a phantom echo from a distant realm, a realm where betrayal and longing intertwined in a dance of treachery. In a basement buried beneath layers of deceit, Samuel was found, a fragile beacon of hope in a sea of darkness. Elaine, the puppeteer behind the curtains, surrendered to the harsh light of truth, her fate sealed by the hands of justice. Daniel, the architect of a twisted fate, denied his sins, his words a hollow echo in the halls of justice. The trial, a stage set for the unveiling of secrets, echoed with the resonance of a whispered truth. The baby monitor's voice, enhanced and amplified, bore witness to Daniel's guilt, his cough a damning verdict in the court of fate. The jury's deliberation, swift and resolute, sealed the fates of the guilty, condemning them to the shadows they had woven with deceit. Rebecca, a survivor of a storm that raged within her home, sought solace in a new beginning, a realm untouched by the shadows of the past. Samuel, a child of innocence, grew in the embrace of a mother's love, shielded from the darkness that had once threatened to consume him. The baby monitor, a relic of a past best left forgotten, lay dormant in a closet, its whispers silenced by the weight of truth. Rebecca, haunted by the memories it held, kept the stuffed rabbit as a silent sentinel, a reminder of the darkness that lurked within the night. In its glassy eyes, she saw a reflection of her own fears, a testament to the fragility of the human heart. As the world moved on, the echoes of that fateful night lingered in the air, a cautionary tale of love twisted into betrayal, of shadows cast by the light of day. Samuel, unaware of the tapestry of deceit that had once ensnared him, grew in the light of a new dawn, his future untainted by the sins of the past. And so the story faded into whispers, a lullaby of mystery and redemption, a dream woven from the fabric of truth and lies. In the stillness of the night, as the world drifted into slumber, the tale of the vanished child echoed through the corridors of time, a reminder of the fragility of innocence in a world shrouded by shadows. Story 20. The worn wooden plank shifted beneath her weight, a subtle movement that caught her attention. Intrigued, she knelt down, her fingers tracing the edges of the loose board. The floor beneath her feet felt deceptive, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. With gentle determination, she lifted the boards, revealing a hidden expanse beneath the old house. At first glance, she saw only shadows, dust, and cobwebs, but as her eyes adjusted to the dimness, shapes emerged from the darkness. A mattress, a chair. And tucked away in the corner, a weathered notebook, its pages filled with the repetition of a single name, her name scrawled over and over. Detective Morgan Reed stood quietly behind Sarah Coleman, watching as she peered into the mysterious void beneath her new residence. The fear in Sarah's eyes spoke of a deeper disturbance than just a hidden chamber. It was a violation of her sanctuary, an intrusion of malevolence into what was meant to be a fresh beginning. "Don't disturb anything else." Detective Reed's voice was steady, a calm presence amidst the unsettling discovery. She clicked on her flashlight, casting a beam that revealed more of the concealed space. Photographs adorned the walls, surveillance images capturing Sarah's every move, her daily routines, her interactions. A shrine of obsession hidden beneath her very steps. Sarah had purchased the cozy cottage from the estate of a reclusive man named Walter Green, who had passed away with no known family. The property had stood empty for months before Sarah's acquisition. The real estate listing had painted it as charming and ripe for minor updates. No mention was made of the secrets lurking beneath the floorboards. "I never met him, the previous owner." Sarah's voice was barely a whisper. "The neighbors said he was a recluse. I was told that basement access had been sealed off long ago. That's what the inspection report stated." The arrival of crime scene investigators echoed through the house, their equipment clunking against the wooden floors as they entered the hidden chamber. They meticulously documented every detail, collecting evidence and retrieving the mattress, chair, and notebook. Forensic analysis revealed a plethora of fingerprints belonging solely to Walter Green. But what chilled the investigators most was the timeline they unraveled. Records and dated items in the hidden space indicated that Walter had been surveilling Sarah for at least 3 years before his demise. He had shadowed her at community events, trailed her to the grocery store, and even frequented the cafe where she worked. Yet Sarah had no memory of encountering him. This level of fixation often escalates, the department psychologist remarked during a briefing. The individual progresses from fantasy to action. The hidden chamber suggests a preparation for something more direct. Detective Reed's investigation took an unexpected twist when she interviewed Walter's former colleague from the shopping center maintenance department. The man appeared uneasy, twisting his wedding band nervously. "Walter mentioned her from time to time," he confessed. Said she reminded him of someone. I thought it was harmless infatuation. I never imagined. His voice trailed off, his gaze fixed on his hands. Did he ever discuss any plans regarding her? Reed inquired further. Not explicitly, but he had this phrase he'd repeat. She belongs with me. I assumed it was just talk. Reed obtained a warrant to search Walter's workplace locker, untouched since his passing. Inside, they discovered a key that didn't correspond to any locks in his home. The serial number led them to a storage unit registered under his name. With a creaking protest, the metal door of the unit revealed a meticulously arranged replica of Sarah's former apartment, her furniture, her decor, even her personal belongings meticulously duplicated. A mannequin sat at the replica desk, adorned with a wig mirroring Sarah's hairstyle. The calendar on the wall was marked with a date, just a week following Walter's sudden death from a heart attack. The circled date bore a single word: together. Further investigation unveiled Walter's troubled past, his institutionalization in youth due to an obsession with a teacher. His medical records indicated a diagnosis of erotomania and delusion of being loved by another despite evidence to the contrary. After his release, he had lived a quiet life until Sarah unwittingly triggered his dormant fixation. At the precinct, Reed spread out the crime scene photos, each telling a piece of Walter's twisted narrative. He believed there was a special bond between them. In his mind, they were destined to be united. Could she have encountered him inadvertently, a chance meeting that sparked his obsession? Another detective pondered. Reed shook her head. No evidence points to that. Sometimes these obsessions require only a fleeting moment, a smile, a lingering gaze. For someone like him, that could be enough. Deciding to part ways with the house, Sarah found herself unable to feel secure within its walls. During the final walkthrough with her realtor, she stood in the living room, arms wrapped around herself. I can't shake the thought of what might have occurred if he hadn't passed away when he did, she murmured. If I hadn't noticed that loose floorboard, how long would I have dwelled here, unaware of his watchful eye, unaware of what lay hidden beneath my very feet? After Walter's demise, the case was officially closed, labeled as stalking with intent to abduct, though the abduction never took place. The psychological evaluation of the evidence suggested that Walter had intended to confine Sarah within either the hidden chamber or the storage unit. Sarah relocated far from the haunting memories, altering her routines and guarding her privacy with heightened caution. Detective Reed occasionally checked in on her, a silent acknowledgement of how narrowly Sarah had evaded becoming another statistic, another casualty. The cottage passed into the hands of a young couple oblivious to its dark history. The hidden room was sealed off, the floorboards replaced, life carrying on as before. Yet for those privy to the truth, the tale of the chamber beneath the floor lingered as a chilling reminder of unseen perils, of monsters who perish before being apprehended, and of victims who never realize the proximity of their own demise. Story 21. Once upon a time, there were new tenants who moved into a quaint Victorian-era home, Michael and Sarah Klein. The house stood tall with its ornate woodwork and high ceilings, whispering stories of a bygone era. Little did they know that behind the peeling wallpaper lay a secret waiting to be unveiled. It all began with a water stain in the master bedroom, a subtle hint of something amiss. Sarah noticed the yellow discoloration spreading across the floral wallpaper, prompting them to investigate further. As they peeled away the layers, they uncovered a hidden story etched in ink. Scrawled repeatedly on the wall was a name, Alina Winters. The name appeared desperate and erratic, filling every inch of the wall with its haunting presence. Sarah couldn't help but trace the letters with her fingers, wondering about the mysterious Alina Winters. Their curiosity led them to delve into the history of the house. A search online revealed a chilling connection, the name Alina Winters tied to a missing persons case from decades ago. What was more unnerving was the resemblance between Alina in the old photograph and the woman who had sold them the house, Margaret Cavendish. Determined to unravel the mystery, Michael and Sarah embarked on a journey of discovery. They reached out to previous homeowners, combed through county records, and even contacted a retired detective who had worked on Alina Winter's case. The pieces of the puzzle slowly started to come together, revealing a dark and twisted tale. As their investigation deepened, they stumbled upon a hidden space beneath the floorboards, where they found a collection of identification cards belonging to Alina Winters and other aliases. The final card bore the name Margaret Cavendish, the enigmatic woman who had vanished without a trace. The turning point came with the revelation of a dual identity. DNA analysis linked the remains found in the wall to Alina Winters, while fingerprints pointed to a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge, who had assumed Alina's persona after her disappearance. Rebecca, suffering from severe dissociative identity disorder, had created a complex web of personalities, with Alina being one of them. The scrawled name on the wall was a desperate attempt to cling to reality amidst the chaos of fractured identities. Forensic teams digging up the backyard unearthed the remains of Alina Winters, bringing closure to a decades-old mystery. Rebecca, masquerading as Margaret Cavendish, was apprehended while trying to escape, her true self emerging in a moment of confession. The house that Michael and Sarah had once called their dream home became a chilling reminder of a dark past, etched in the walls that bore witness to the secrets hidden within. Justice may have been delayed, but the truth had finally come to light, leaving a lasting mark on the house where the walls themselves whispered of a long-forgotten tragedy. And as the night fell, casting a blanket of tranquility over the house, Michael and Sarah found solace in the peaceful whispers of the past, knowing that the mysteries of the old Victorian home had been put to rest, allowing them to drift off into a serene slumber, embraced by the quiet embrace of the night. Story 22. The aged apartment held secrets within its walls, pipes that murmured, floorboards that whispered. Yet the new tenant sensed a difference in the sounds she heard. The footsteps above were too deliberate, too steady for comfort. Curiously, they echoed down to her top-floor abode, slow and measured, night after night. One evening, a surge of bravery led her to tap on the ceiling with a broomstick. The noise ceased abruptly. A tense silence enveloped the space. Then a solitary knock reverberated from inside the very ceiling. Sarah Coleman, the tenant, kept the strange occurrence to herself, attributing it to the settling of the building or perhaps a small animal seeking refuge in the attic. Despite the relentless footsteps tracing invisible paths above her in the dark, she adjusted her routine, resorting to cranking up the television volume, wearing headphones to bed anything to drown out the haunting footfalls. Detective Morris's attention was piqued when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. The worker had exposed a hidden passage behind a section of drywall in the hallway adjacent to Sarah's unit, revealing a space not accounted for in the building's blueprints. Illuminated by a flashlight, the passage unveiled a makeshift living area, a litter of food wrappers, discarded water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small journal. Alarmed, the building superintendent contacted the authorities. Detective Morris, accompanied by his partner Detective Rivera, found the worker visibly shaken, muttering about a phantom presence dwelling within the walls. The journal chronicled intricate details of Sarah Coleman's life, her daily routine, her visitors, her meals, her entertainment choices, even her moments of rest. The neat handwriting deteriorated into chaos towards the end, interspersed with cryptic symbols. The subject ignores my signals, the final entry lamented. She dares to disregard me. No one ignores me. Forensics teams scoured the crawl space, uncovering fingerprints that matched no known records. They unearthed a labyrinth of passages interwoven into the building's structure, some dating back decades. The narrow tunnels linked to multiple apartments but culminated in viewing points disguised as innocuous fixtures or minor blemishes, yet only one led to Sarah Coleman's domain. Interviews with current residents yielded no unusual accounts beyond the customary noises of communal living. Former inhabitants, however, shared unsettling encounters. 3 previous occupants of Sarah's apartment confessed to feeling watched or hearing inexplicable movements. One had hastily vacated after a mere fortnight. Fearful of sounding paranoid, none had reported their distressing experiences. A breakthrough emerged when forensics detected minute blood spatter in one of the hidden passages. DNA analysis traced the blood to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished mysteriously 4 years earlier. His disappearance had languished as a cold case, his family left grappling with unanswered questions. Martin had resided directly below Sarah's apartment. Revisiting Martin's disappearance, Detective Morris learned of the disturbances he had reported above his unit. Confronting the resident living upstairs, a reclusive individual named Edward preceded Martin's enigmatic disappearance. Edward had absconded shortly after, leaving no forwarding information. Investigative efforts unveiled Edward's transient history, characterized by a pattern of occupying top-floor apartments, maintaining minimal social interactions, and vanishing without a trace. A neighbor from Edward's third dwelling recalled his intensity and incessant yearning for silence. Property records disclosed Edward's acquisition of remote rural land, where a cabin harbored unsettling discoveries. The walls adorned with photographs and notes depicted residents from various apartment complexes, including Sarah and Martin. Detailed maps outlined ventilation systems and structural vulnerabilities. Journals chronicled specimen observations and habitat maintenance. A corkboard showcased newspaper clippings, 6 missing persons, all former occupants of buildings where Edward had dwelled. Beneath the board, deep grooves etched the floor, hinting at repeated dragging of something heavy. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs led investigators to freshly disturbed soil, unearthing human remains. Further excavation exposed additional graves. As forensic anthropologists endeavored to identify the victims, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's building. Although the crawl spaces had been sealed, residents sporadically reported peculiar noises. During the installation of enhanced security systems, workers stumbled upon a small notebook nestled in a crevice where the ceiling met the wall, a notebook distinct from the previous discovery. The notebook's initial page bore a chilling declaration. They found my old nest, but not my new one. The handwriting mirrored the former journal. The final page depicted a crude sketch of Sarah's apartment layout, highlighting a new passage in crimson. A date was inscribed for that very night. Officers hastened to evacuate Sarah, yet her abode stood deserted. Her phone rested on the kitchen counter, the television blared, the shower ran. In the steamy bathroom, a message materialized on the fogged mirror, etched by a finger. Look up. The shower ceiling panel had vanished, a sinister gateway into the unknown. The hunt for Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, a former construction specialist, persists. His expertise in building structures facilitated the creation of a concealed network of surveillance points and passageways. Thermal scans of Sarah's building revealed no current signs of habitation within the walls. Sarah Coleman remains missing, her disappearance linked to a string of vanishing incidents across state lines. Authorities have issued warnings to property managers regarding unauthorized alterations and hidden compartments. The haunting image that lingers with Detective Morris isn't the graves or the journals, but the photographs of unsuspecting residents. It's the memory of Sarah, ensconced in her apartment, hearing those enigmatic footsteps above, with no upstairs neighbor in sight. The footsteps that halted when she knocked, and then returned the gesture. In the solitude of his own abode, Detective Morris, at times, gazes up at his ceiling, listening intently, waiting, and pondering who else might be listening alongside him. Story 23. In the dimly lit attic, nestled beneath a worn, tattered blanket, they stumbled upon it, a porcelain doll, its delicate features frozen in time. Its blue eyes, wide and unblinking, seemed to hold secrets of the past. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, chuckled at the unexpected find, dismissing it as just another forgotten relic from bygone days. As night descended and they retired to bed, a subtle unease settled in the air. The silence grew heavy, almost tangible, wrapping around them like a ghostly shroud. When morning broke, the doll was no longer perched in the attic. Instead, it sat ominously at the foot of their bed, casting a haunting presence over the room. Sarah and Michael had acquired the Victorian house at auction, captivated by its intricate woodwork and enigmatic allure. Little did they know that the very walls they admired held a history steeped in darkness, a history that would soon entwine their fates. Detective Rachel Winters, a seasoned investigator, received a chilling call on a crisp autumn morning. The scene she encountered in the master bedroom was one of pure horror, a woman's lifeless body contorted into an unnatural pose, her eyes wide with terror. Nearby, the male victim lay as if caught in a desperate attempt to flee, his expression frozen in fear. The meticulous arrangement of the bodies struck Detective Winters as deliberate, almost theatrical. As she surveyed the crime scene, a sense of foreboding crept over her, whispering of malevolent forces at play. Each detail, each angle of the victim's limbs hinted at a macabre puppetry orchestrated by an unseen hand. The investigation unfolded like a dark tapestry woven from threads of mystery and dread. Neighbors' accounts painted a picture of eerie occurrences, a shadow flitting behind windows, phantom laughter echoing through the empty corridors of the house. Forensic analysis uncovered a trail of microscopic fibers, remnants of antique doll clothing, leading from the victims to the attic, a sinister link to the porcelain doll that had mysteriously appeared in Sarah and Michael's possession. Yet no tangible evidence of an intruder could be found, as if the perpetrator existed beyond the realm of the physical world. Delving into the house's past, Detective Winters unearthed a series of deaths shrouded in enigma. 3 previous owners had met untimely ends, their demises marked by inexplicable circumstances and eerie coincidences. A pattern emerged, pointing to a dark legacy intertwined with the very foundation of the house. A faded newspaper clipping revealed the tragic tale of a doll maker who had once dwelled within the house, his creations imbued with a haunting semblance of life. His final masterpiece, a doll resembling his deceased daughter, bore an uncanny resemblance to the one discovered by Sarah and Michael. As Detective Winters pieced together the puzzle, a chilling truth emerged. Each victim had sought to alter the attic space, unwittingly awakening a malevolent presence tied to the doll-maker's legacy. Old photographs hinted at the doll's sinister sentience, its form shifting subtly between frames, a spectral presence haunting the edges of reality. In a daring revelation, a distant relative of the doll maker unveiled secrets of arcane rituals and forbidden knowledge, hinting at a dark pact that bound spirits to inanimate objects. The line between the living and the dead blurred as the doll's origins veered into the realm of the supernatural. The investigation reached a dead end, the truth obscured by shadows that defied conventional explanation. Detective Winters, her resolve unshaken, took possession of the doll as a last resort, sealing it away in a secure cabinet within the station. Yet the darkness that clung to the doll proved insidious. In a baffling turn of events, the doll vanished from its confines, leaving behind a trail of bewilderment and unanswered questions. Surveillance footage offered no solace, capturing only eerie static during the hours of its disappearance. The house, tainted by a history of tragedy, changed hands once more, its secrets buried within the walls. The new owners, wary of the attic's silent sentinel, chose to leave it undisturbed, a silent witness to the mysteries that lay dormant within. And so the tale of Sarah and Michael faded into whispers, a cautionary legend passed down through the corridors of the detective department. Detective Winters, her tenure cut short by unseen forces, safeguarded a haunting memento, a photograph that bore witness to a past best left undisturbed. As the years passed, the attic remained cloaked in silence, a sanctuary for shadows and echoes of a bygone era. Occasionally, on moonlit nights, neighbors would glimpse a fleeting figure at the attic window, a spectral presence that stirred memories of a tragic tale bound to the house's storied past. And in the stillness of those moments, the faint laughter of a child would drift through the air, a haunting melody that lingered long after the night had faded into dawn. Story 24. The real estate listing had made no mention of a basement. The blueprints held no clue to its existence. But as the family peeled back the old carpet, a hidden door revealed itself, its handle rusted and heavy. It took the strength of 3 to pry it open. Stale air, thick with the scent of damp earth, greeted them as they descended the steps into darkness. Expecting storage, what they found was a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb, casting eerie shadows. And on the wall behind the chair, a series of photographs of them. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban home during the bleak winter days when darkness lingered and the trees stood bare against the cold sky. The 2-story house, with its worn siding and creaking floors, exuded character and history, they had thought, but they had never fathomed the depth of history entwined within its walls, or the chilling convergence it would have with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene with her partner, the crime scene unit already setting up yellow tape to secure the area. Mrs. Mercer's voice quivered over the phone as she recounted the discovery beneath their living room floor. Connors, with a practiced hand, donned latex gloves and ordered the meticulous documentation of everything before further exploration. Camera flashes pierced the darkness of the basement as the forensic team captured every detail, the wooden steps groaning underfoot. The basement, no larger than a standard bedroom, had concrete walls painted gray, with a solitary chair bolted to the floor and a harsh light bulb overhead. But it was the row of photographs that held their gaze, 37 images arranged in a precise timeline. Examining the timestamps, Connor's partner noted, "These go back nearly 4 weeks. Look here, Mrs. Mercer sleeping, Mr. Mercer at the table, the children in their rooms." The investigation unveiled no signs of forced entry, no theft, only a profound invasion of privacy that left the family unsettled. Fingerprints from previous owners littered the basement, each family having resided there for a brief time before selling the property at decreasing values. None had ever mentioned a basement. Interviews with past owners uncovered unsettling details, blueprints altered, permits revoked, reports redacted. The breakthrough came with a contractor who had renovated the house years earlier. His denial of the basement's existence chilled the detectives. No basement, no door, just dirt and concrete. Digital forensics unearthed a memory card hidden in the light fixture, revealing hundreds more images of families, their private moments captured without consent. Audio recordings from a buried box detailed conversations held within the house, recorded by hidden microphones never found. Behind the photographs, a passage led to a monitoring station, a desk, a chair, a laptop connected to cameras, and a journal filled with meticulous observations. The journal's author, Edward Kelvin, the house's builder who had vanished without a trace, had been living within its walls, watching and documenting the families. The manhunt ended with Kelvin's discovery in a crawl space. He spoke of the families as characters in his private theater, claiming ownership of the house through their unwitting consent. A psychological evaluation deemed him delusional, a guardian in his distorted reality. The Mercer family never returned, leaving behind a house designed for voyeurism, its secrets laid bare in court. Kelvin's conviction brought no reaction from him, lost in the labyrinth of his mind. The house was razed, yet the families carried the weight of unseen eyes and unheard whispers, questioning their solitude within the walls that had failed to protect them. In quiet moments they glanced at vents and fixtures, wondering if they were truly alone, their past forever entwined with the chilling history of their home. Story 25: The Enigmatic Manor. The new occupants of the stately Victorian manor brushed off the crackling of the old intercom system as a mere idiosyncrasy. A remnant from a bygone era, its wires long forgotten yet still holding secrets. Late one evening, curiosity got the best of the husband, and he pressed the button. A faint whisper crackled through the speaker, sending a shiver down his spine. "Why did you come back?" The words hung in the air, unsettling in their mystery. His wife, standing silently behind him, denied ever uttering such a phrase. Nestled amidst ancient oak trees, the manor exuded an aura of timeless elegance, its exterior weathered by years gone by, while inside it boasted modern renovations. Daniel and Meredith Parker, the new owners, had been drawn to the property by its rich history and the allure of the vintage intercom system that interconnected all the rooms. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor, the gravel crunching beneath the tires of her unmarked car. The call had hinted at a possible break-in, but there was an unspoken depth to the situation that intrigued her. Daniel, with a pallid complexion, led her inside, recounting the strange occurrences with the intercom system that had plagued them. In the dimly lit living room, Meredith sat tense on an antique sofa, her hands wrapped around a steaming mug. Without preamble, she revealed a startling discovery, a hidden compartment behind a wall where they had unearthed a fragile leather-bound journal belonging to a woman named Alina, the home's previous owner. The entries hinted at a dark secret, of Alina's fear of her husband Vincent and her eventual disappearance. Investigations uncovered the truth behind the journal's chilling contents. Vincent and Alina Blackwood had once resided in the manor, but Alina's fate had been shrouded in mystery for decades. Beneath the garden shed, buried beneath layers of concrete, lay the remains of a woman in her 40s, bearing signs of a violent end. Vincent Blackwood, now aged and frail, confessed to the crime with a chilling calmness that sent shivers down the detective's spine. He spoke of silencing Alina's incessant voice that echoed through the intercom, of a meticulously crafted illusion of her abandonment, and of years spent living a lie while walking over the grave of his late wife. As the truth unraveled, Vincent pleaded guilty to the murder of Alina, his cold demeanor unsettling all those present. The judge, acknowledging the calculated nature of the crime and the web of deception spun over the years, delivered a swift sentence. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the manor's dark past, sold the property, bidding farewell to the echoes of the past. Before their departure, they held a solemn memorial for Alina in the garden, a final gesture of closure. The intercom system, a conduit for long-buried secrets, was removed by the new owners during renovations, its whispers fading into the ether. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file, reflecting on the house that had seemingly woven its own tale of tragedy and justice. The manila folder closed, she pondered how the manor had found a way to speak through time, ensuring Alina's voice was finally heard. The saga of the manor earned a somber nickname among law enforcement circles, the house that answered back. Occasionally on her way home, Detective Reeves would pass by the manor. She never lingered, but as she slowed down, a whisper carried on the breeze would catch her ear, a reminder of the mysteries that lingered within the walls of the enigmatic manor. Story 26, the Polaroid lay still, a relic of bygone days, capturing a birthday celebration lost in the folds of time. Happy faces, flickering candles, nothing out of the ordinary. Yet when the daughter inherited the box of faded memories, her gaze fell upon it, a presence lurking in the background amidst the group. A man, half shrouded in darkness, standing just beyond the glow of the candles. He did not belong to the family. No recollection of his presence lingered. And yet with each photo he drew nearer. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the collection while sorting through her mother's attic post-funeral. A humble cardboard box labeled Memories held within it a plethora of aged photographs chronicling family gatherings from her youth. What should have brought solace a trove of joyful occasions morphed into the genesis of a chilling ordeal. In the initial photo, he was a mere whisper, a silhouette on the periphery during her 7th birthday revelry. The mysterious figure loomed by the sliding glass door, features obscured, observing. In the subsequent snapshot, taken moments later, he had ventured inside. By the third, he loomed behind her uncle. None in the photos seemed cognizant of his presence. Trembling, Sarah dialed her father, recounting the unsettling revelation. "Dad, who is this man haunting these pictures?" A pregnant silence followed her inquiry, broken only by a sharp intake of breath. What man? There should be no one but family. Digital images of the Polaroids were dispatched to her father, prompting an immediate call. His voice, usually steady, wavered. "This cannot be. A stranger would have been noticed." Detective Marcus Reed attentively absorbed Sarah's narrative as she laid out the photographs on his precinct desk. Rain pattered against the windows, casting dancing shadows upon the evidence. The seasoned detective's hands navigated the photos with precision, scrutinizing each frame. "And no one recognized this individual?" he inquired, his tone a blend of neutrality and intrigue. "No one," Sarah affirmed, but observed the sequence. The photos arranged chronologically, a pattern emerged before the detective's eyes. The mysterious figure advanced purposefully through the gathering, edging closer to the children. In the final image, he stood ominously behind Sarah's youthful self, a pale hand extending towards her shoulder, just beyond the frame. "The photographer," Reed posited, doubt lingering in his voice. "My mother captured these. She set the timer and entered the frame. Copies were made, a case file opened. Within days, every living attendee of the party was contacted. None recognized the man. No outside help was hired. No uninvited guests arrived. The property was secluded, a rural retreat chosen for its seclusion." Facial recognition software faltered the figure remained strategically obscured, as though cognizant of the lens. Yet his posture bespoke intent, precision. The inquiry might have halted there had Sarah not stumbled upon additional photos in other family albums. Various gatherings, different years, yet the same enigmatic figure always lurking, always unnoticed in the moment. An expert in digital enhancement unveiled obscured details, a scar on the wrist, a unique ring, a glint of facial features previously shrouded in shadow within a window's reflection. Breakthrough arrived via dental records. The teeth visible in an enhanced image matched those of Robert Keller, a maintenance worker implicated in 3 unsolved child disappearances spanning the region. Cases long gone cold, cases occurring in proximity to the documented gatherings. Keller had been employed by the company servicing the rental property hosting Sarah's birthday, possessing master keys to multiple rental sites in the vicinity, sites where families congregated, sites where children vanished. Excavating Keller's former abode unearthed buried artifacts, a hair accessory akin to one worn by a missing girl, a toy car belonging to a vanished boy, a bracelet Sarah identified as her own childhood memento thought lost. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by the unraveling of concealed horrors, Sarah awaited news. The detective's call confirmed the identification of remains near a vacation property. DNA corroborated the identity of a missing child, her gaze fixed on the final birthday photo. Candlelight bathed her family's frozen, joyous expressions. Behind her younger self, partially shrouded in darkness yet unmistakably present, the figure loomed, watching, calculating. Imperceptible to all in that moment of bliss. The revelation bridged unsolved mysteries across decades. Families found closure, albeit not the one hoped for. The shadow in the family photos had stepped into the light of justice, his presence acknowledged after years of obscurity. Sarah gathered the photos, returning them to the box. They were now evidence, a testament to the unseen dangers lurking within the confines of a photograph, figures moving undetected through festivities, leaving a mere whisper of their passage in frozen time. Story 27. In the quiet anticipation of impending parenthood, she felt the urge to transform the nursery, to paint over the faded blue walls that seemed to hold secrets within their worn layers. As she applied the first coat of fresh white paint, a hidden message emerged from beneath the surface, cryptic letters slowly revealing themselves to her searching eyes. "Don't let it hear you," the message whispered from the past, sending a shiver down her spine. Stepping back in shock, she noticed something even more unsettling: tiny handprints imprinted in the wet paint, positioned too high for any child to reach. This peculiar discovery within the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the genesis of what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style home at an unbelievably low price, unaware of its ominous history. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the residence, notebook in hand, greeted by a pregnant woman with a haunted look in her eyes. The woman, clad in paint-splattered overalls, recounted the eerie findings of the hidden message and handprints, her voice trembling with unease. The detective delved into the home's unsettling past, learning that the previous owners had abruptly fled in the dead of night, leaving behind only essential belongings in their hasty escape. Walking through the aged corridors of the historic house, Detective Klein paused in the nursery, where the ominous message and ghostly handprints still lingered on the wall, a testament to the lingering presence within. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property's records, uncovering a trail of frequent ownership changes and disturbing child welfare reports. Families had come and gone, plagued by whispers from the walls and spectral presences that haunted their children's dreams. Further investigation unveiled the dark legacy of Alina Blackwood, a widow who once ran an orphanage within the house, where 5 children mysteriously vanished under her care. The sealed room discovered behind the nursery wall held chilling remnants of the past children's belongings, but no bodies, leaving a chilling mystery unsolved for decades. Interviews with former residents painted a picture of perpetual unease within the house, with inexplicable phenomena escalating until the ominous messages appeared during each repainting of the nursery walls. The handwriting matched that of Alina Blackwood, a disturbing link to a past steeped in tragedy. With the current owner's consent, the basement was scanned, revealing 5 child-sized anomalies beneath the concrete floor. Breaking through the barrier unveiled a grim truth: 5 sets of remains, each wearing a pendant engraved with a name, the orphans who had met a tragic end under Alina's twisted care. As the truth came to light, Luminol revealed a haunting sight: countless handprints glowing in the darkness, etched by desperate children seeking escape from their tormentor. Alina's journals exposed her macabre intentions, believing she could harness the children's essence to prolong her own life. The case closed with a somber burial for the long-forgotten victims, their names finally acknowledged as victims of a heinous crime. Yet the house remained a place of lingering dread, echoing with the spectral whispers of innocence lost to a malevolent scheme. The nursery walls, tainted by the horrors of the past, were demolished in a bid to erase the lingering presence, but the workers reported hearing phantom voices amidst the rubble, a chilling reminder of the darkness that permeated the house. Ultimately condemned and abandoned, the Whispering House stood as a silent witness to unspeakable deeds, a chilling enigma that transcended time and mortal reckoning. Detective Klein preserved a haunting image from the case: a row of 5 luminous handprints, a poignant reminder that some sins leave indelible marks that no amount of paint can conceal.